twerk wind, baby. Comes with the twerk must. Buck wild, buck nasty, it makes your hips thrust. The twerk wind, baby, incest you must trust. I could see the waves appearing, seismic booty activity. The cheekograph is jumping, those cheeks could part the sea. The hips, the cheeks, and knees are weak. When you're twerking, mama, daddy won't say a peep. Oh, we got the twerk wind, baby. It gusset thrust. The twerk wind, baby, comes with the twerk must. Buck wild, buck nasty, it makes your hips thrust. The twerk wind, baby, incest you must trust. Had a 20-inch tube stuck up my manpipe. It was for stones in my kindies that had many tiny spikes. They poked and they prodded. The doctors at work said, son, don't go home and twerk. I had a kidney rock stuck in my old groove.
Yeah, here we go.
A kidney rock to stop my whole groove. They had to laser out
boot it up,
beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now my flow is strong and true. Let me tell you, daddy, that stone was a mean fuck. When I came to, best believe I threw up, they put me under. My goob was sundered, now I rest and recoup the kidney rock groove.
Into the madness. If this is your first time here, buckle up, because it's about to be a buck wild ride.
Big booty women all around the globe. They call me Teddy Gruski and my groove is stone cold. All you big cheek
late night
women
sesh.
better listen up.
Let's get it.
Cause ooh, my name is Teddy and we're about to get bucked. Oh my God. Oh sweet Lord. Zest me now. Oh Lord Jeebus, get buck wild. Ooh. Oh my God.
Yeah, baby, here we go. Let's get it.
Sweet Lord, zest me now. Oh Lord Jeebus, get buck wild. Ooh, oh my God. Oh sweet Lord, zest me now. Oh Lord Jeebus, get buck wild. Ooh, I had a kidney rock stuck in my old goob. A kidney rock to stop my whole groove. They had to laser out beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now my flow is strong and true.
Yes, my Falconeers, we are here. We're at the precipice of tonight's stream. Welcome in. If you're new here, you're in for quite an adventure. We find ourselves on planet Funkatron. A fantastical planet built and created by ye old funk itself. This is a mystical planet. A planet of buck wild activity. You see, the people of Funkatron have not adopted the technological advancements of the surrounding galaxies, much like our own world. For when they do, they lose their magic. They lose their funk. Let's take a quick look inside. Oh, and why we even do this in the first place.
Something I say in the book is that the audience comes last. And I believe that. I'm not making it for them. I'm making it for me. And it turns out that when you make something truly for yourself, you're doing the best thing you possibly can for the audience. So much of why, if you go to the movies, so many big movies just not good. It's because they're not being made by a person who cares about it. They're being made by people who are trying to make something that they think someone else is going to like. And that's not how art works. That's something else. It's not art. That's commerce. So if we're making art, we're making, it's almost like a diary entry. So could I be concerned that someone else might not like my diary entry? It doesn't make sense. It has nothing to do with.
Correct. Correct, Mr. Rubin. Yo, Zoran, yo, what's happening? Old school name over there. Found you on Kick, he says. Yes. Yes, 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 yes. Here we are, born to be kings. And hit the, hey, damn, how long has it been, man? Oh my gosh, we've got so much new buck wild activities. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome to the stream. We're here live inside of the TC Falcon. I am in a precarious position. Don't worry about it. TC Falcon. I was just working out the quads. Okay, Captain's quads. Look at the meat, look at the separation of the quad. Look at the teardrop, okay? Deltus Medius Moralis. Yo, come back sometime when you have more time, Zoran. Oh man, there's so much to show you. So much to show you. Welcome in, everyone, to tonight's stream. We'll unveil a couple of the new things that I've put inside the TC Falcon tonight, as I've been making daily upgrades to everything, as usual. Things we have to go over. We have to talk about the book I've made and written and created and illustrated. A book involving Planet Funkatron and some of its more central characters, fleshing out the world. I've already ordered a physical copy of this book. Holy shit. But that book can also be found in the virtual spaces here. It's already in the Drunken Dragon part of the world. If you visit the world and come down here to the Drunken Dragon, as you can see, right there under the inn. I don't know how well you can see it, but you can find the book there. Yo, take care, Zoran. Good to see you. Dun dun dun. Yum 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 meow. What is this? A center for ants? Already gotta hit him the ban. Bam. Hit him with the ban. We gotta talk about the card game. We gotta talk about the Daily Brell. Let's and I've made this new stuff in Photoshop and OBS here, the HUD that I'm in, and the little retro TV, and all the background in this entire OBS scene, as well as this one. Oh, but I gotta put in the, gotta put in the games stream here. What? Yo, what is even happening right here? Oh, this needs to be up here, yeah. Oh. What's this? And then that? Hey, okay, we got it now. I gotta get my shit together. And this fits nicely right here. Look at him, yeah. Save this real quick. Bada bing, bada boom. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 0. Don't worry about it. What we need to wabang. What we need to monk wabang is going to the next location. And maybe putting some... Okay, maybe we do this real quick. 1 second there. Dearies. Ugh. There. We'll give him a little of this. Or we'll give him a little bit of the Dinkelheimer. As we're getting ready. Mangy Carl lost his way. Lost his buck wild energy one day. Let's go to the Drunken Dragon. Sometimes VRChat's UI is like so laggy. There we go. And in the meantime, can somebody get me a cup of cream for Christ's sake?
Every long lost cream brought me to where you are. You were my creamy star. I couldn't believe that cream creaming me on my way. Creamy right where we are. Sweet Granny knows it's true. 'Cause God bless the creamy road that led me straight to you. God bless the creamy road that led me straight to you.
Bringing me on my way. Meow, 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 meow. Cream. A big mama, let me bring the hammer down. Look. Dinkelheimer. Dancing. Dancing in the moonlight.
Mama, I can see those cheeks from miles away. Got me sweating all night, working all day. Just to see those cheeks one more time. Drive old Teddy out his god-darn mind.
Ooh, big mama, big mama.
Let me bring the hammer.
Oh, is it on me? Nice.
Delectable treat, taking you back to Ponytown.
A big mama, let me bring the hammer down.
Big mama, let me bring the hammer down. Sweet, 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 delectable treat, taking you back to
Yeah, some of the things I've added here. Let's see if we can get a little zoom action. It's kind of dark there in the shadows, but... Oh no, I'm gonna have to go shut myself up over here. You know what? Let's test this, actually. Give me a little KPP 101. Come on. Give it up for the governor. Yes. Tony Ma. Okay. As I was saying, yeah. Yo, Loreno. Oh my god. We've got so much to talk about. Oh my god. Welcome in. Eating flower and long leaf. Drinking bean water true. This is still a little bit too... A little too loud. Gotta turn that shit down. There we go. There we go. Okay, okay. Now we can do the thing. So yeah, this says, you now traveler, you now set forth across the wild Funklands, where beans speak, bogs whisper, and the very soil remembers. From sun-dappled meadows to haunted ruins, your path winds upward through the forgotten trails and storm-tossed ridges. At journey's end stands the Drunken Dragon Tavern, perched high on Mount Boogie, on that top turnbuckle. Beacon of warmth and mischief. Within those stone halls, legends are toasted, songs are wagered, and the ale never runs dry. Go now, noob, with the courage in your step, and a belly not yet full of doinkleberries. Your tale begins. And that just kind of stays there. We'll just stay in there. Yup, still have the cat thing. Yup. I put the actual cover of the book. I did have that other one, but since I ordered the actual copy of the book, IRL, I put that, I might as well. They call me the Continuity King. I can't wait to get this book. I'm already looking at how to get it, how to get these print to order. I'm going through a different company that I originally ordered from because they can't do the book how I want it done. So I'm using another company to for the books and for the self-publishing. So anybody that wants to procure any of these, I'll be able to just have a link on the website and a link that I can paste here and just, y'all know how to use links. What am I doing? What am I saying? I'm gonna look at this new company's, I'm using, what is it? Damn it, what's it called? Hold on, I can tell you just real quick. Maybe you've heard of it. Blurb. And I'm gonna look at the difference. If it's not too much of a difference, I'll probably do hardback because, hardback. Knick-knack, hardback. Give TC a phone. Yeah, I'm excited to work on more. I already have finished the tale of Tony Ma and Bodacious Thurgood. It's going to be a tale that takes place in Brell and Boomtown. It's a bit of a mystery novel, a bit of a whodunit. As I build out more Funkatron tales, I'm going to be experimenting with different genres, and not everything will be grim and dark like Betrayal at Brangus Keep. Maybe some other styles, just to try it out. Why not? We're only here for a short time, so might as well. Yeah, this motherfucker named Bodacious Thurgood. So Tony Ma, is gonna be like the straight guy, the straight man, and Bodacious Thurgood is this his flamboyant understudy, who thinks he's hot shit, and is very flamboyant and very Fred Astaire. Picture him as I picture Bodacious Thurgood as Jim Carrey when he put the mask on. If anybody old enough to get that reference. I don't know, the mask is pretty, iconic, right? Oh man, and this idea of building the compendium. Oof. I've already started working on that too. Just kind of getting an outline going before I get the deets. I took your pointers and just make sure I'm not missing anything with any blind spots. It's gonna be so fun because I have so much of that shit written down in the IRL naughty book. Like the IRL. Oh, I made these new scenes. I don't know if I've shown you the other ones though. Let's check a look at the other one. This new scene I whipped up tonight. It's an old Pwn phone from the Pwn Corporation. My naughty book, yes, the naughty book is indeed real. But I have pages of just those things, like a bunch of bands of Funkatron that you hear in the radio that we're listening to, KPP 101. A bunch of resources, all of the resources of Funkatron so far. The classes, the playable classes. KPP 101. Yeah. I love KPP 101 because I love playing the characters. And I play and voice Chuck Buckley. And I just love, doing that old radio, that kind of like, hey, everybody, we're having a great time. But he secretly is depressed as shit. Inside it's like, hey, everybody, we're having a great time. It's KPP 101, The Quiet Storm. And I have wounds that won't heal. But anyway. Yeah, I love the KPP1 radio station aspect of it too, because I think it gives it a really unique next level. And I don't even know who notices it when people hear KPP 101 playing in the world. Because, you know, it might just be background music. But for those that listen to the lyrics, you're like, wait a second. Are they singing about Funkatron too? What the fuck? It just adds that next level of like, holy-ish. This is immersive as shit. And since I'm a lifelong musician, it's not too hard. But yeah, I got the classes that I've been thinking about. Could be on anywhere. Yeah. Like if you look in the treehouse here, if you click this radio, the main screen turns to a shot from the TC Falcon, and cues the KPP 101 music playing in the radio station. Little fun fact. Yeah, custom classes. Yeah. Of course, a spore lock, right? Another class I haven't really fleshed out, but I think it would be cool to have a philosopher class. I don't know what they would do, but I like the idea of like knowledge being actual power, like magic power. But not like you read a book and cast an ice spell. I'd have to make it way more next level. Another class, you used a spore magic system before? Nice. Yes. Yeah, I love the idea of mushroom magic. Because I love mushrooms. Another class, is the Bean Warden, which would be like a pally tank type healer. I'm imagining, you know, wearing plate but using a little bit of bean magic, but way more like, you know, yeah, like paladin knight thing. Another class that I've been thinking of is a tinkerer. It's just like a support DPS. Yeah, heavy duty. Yeah, almost astrology based. Yeah, something like that. Yeah. A tinkerer. This is a funny class. I'd love a class that's a cobbler. I love the thought of a cobbler. Just like throwing shoes and shit. Or something like. He's got his leather thing. Yeah. I don't know. These are just I have these written down just for, you know, when me fantasizing about the MMORPG that could be based on Funkatron. Me being an old WoW nerd. I really only played 2004, 5, 6, and 7. But man, that's my favorite game of all time. Another class, a beard mancer. Just some barber. Like, I want a barber class where they like throw scalding beard oil and they have their like little razor things that they, you know, like old school razor things that they could cut with, and they could throw that blue liquid. They could like they'd have it like on the apron, you know. I don't know. What about an herb lord? What else do I have here? A mead master. But yeah, anyway, that's not why I even opened up the Naughty Book of Secrets. I opened up to see that resource because I need to digitize this Yeah, all the Funkatronian resources. With like a leather slingshot, they use wax to rip their body. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, they could... I want barber culture to be big amongst the dwarfs. Because I want the dwarves of Funkatron to use their beard hair as like... It's like a really sought after resource. They make their ropes out of their beard hair. They make like special clothing that has extra armor if it's woven with dwarven beard hair. Like a special whip that has extra effect. Yeah, grooming is a lifestyle. Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Oh my god. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna have fun making that compendium now that I got a few books under my belt. Man, and I got, you know what I really got to do is I really got to reorganize these, the best of the Daily Braille, and get those actually printed off. Imagine putting this in your bathroom like old school style, like old school dads. Did y'all ever like go over to your friend's house? Man, back in the day, that's how old I am. Back in the day, you go over to your friend's house and they're like, their dad would have like a joke book in the toilet, and there'd be like magazines in a basket. Because apparently dudes back then took shits that were like 20 minutes long. I have no idea why. My friends always called me a fast shitter. Maybe it's just me. I get in and out. I got shit to do. People that take long shits are probably the same people that park the car at the grocery store and then just sit there for a while before they get out. Maniacs. Put them on Snake Island. I'm pre-smartphone. Yes, there we go. There we go, Loreno. Yeah. The magazines, yes. But yeah, we could print these off, get those going. Have a page on the website with all the books, links to people that could buy them, and just start cranking these out. Churning these out like I'm churning milk, making it butter. What do y'all think about the orange aesthetic here? You know, I love the orange retrofuturism palette, or tone, what should we say? You know? Oh, the new wall texture. Okay, yeah, let's go over. Okay, yeah. Okay, so some things. Yeah, I think it added, at first I was like, nah, I didn't want to do it. But then I put this texture on it and I was like, okay, this makes it feel way more warm. I replaced the light up here with a new chandelier prefab that I didn't, that I forgot I had. And it's got actually like the candles, the particles flickering right there. I added a little movement to it, you know, because we are in a tree and trees aren't just completely still. So it would make sense if that moves a little bit. I think it adds to the, to it, just, you know, just that little extra. Just that little extra, you know. Let me put up the big screen. What else did we put in new? Let's go back, put this thing on me real quick. Bam, bam. Movement, yeah, the movement. As soon as I can, these trees, their shaders are URP instead of the built-in render pipeline. And I don't know, and I have not yet figured out how to convert those or taken the time to convert those. But in Unity, when I'm working, I get to see it because it will just, you know, preview it as using these materials, but man, once I do a little C# and fumble my way through it, I can get these moving, and it looks so badass. Oh, my lord. Added a little smoke plume up there for a little. Again, for those that take the time, you know, I just want to build like details. I love a game that keeps you guessing on how deep does the rabbit hole go, you know? Obviously the rabbit hole is finite, as in any game, but those games that made you really forget about the finitude, the game itself being finite. Oh yeah, that's a good feeling. Anyway, all right. Zwing. What else here? What else? This spot is getting so nice you almost forget there's a whole mountain to climb, right? And see, that's the joke. See, that's the big joke. I love it. It's so hilarious. That you have this really cool spot that's a world in and of itself, but your mind gets blown when you get to the Drunken Dragon because it's even more detailed than this spot. And it's like, what the fuck? Who does that in VRChat, you know? It's so funny to me. I get such a tickle out of it. And of course, I just love hanging out in the world. I hang out on Funkatron all the time. I come in here, watch videos. Will work in here. And I keep the worlds public on the rare chance that somebody joins. That way I can introduce myself and take them through the world. It's just so hard to... it's so hard and rare to find new people. Like we found each other. But yeah, that's what's cool. I like that. It is the gods. Zestocules himself zested us. Zest of us like the rest of us. There is a Boomtown festival called the Zestival. A lot of people think that the word and term zest in Funkatron is a play on the word meaning, you know, how people use it to mean gay now, right? But I use it because back in the day when I was a kid, before that word meant gay, that word in our friend group meant when you got zested, you means you like died in PvP, or if you're like playing a fighting game with your friend, you got murked, you got zested. And so I kept that in there. I was like, you know what? I'm not going to conform to societal norms. But as I've gone along with it, it kind of makes it funny that people think that I might mean gay with it, but I don't at all. That's another funny thing. This whole thing's it's just a big joke. Zestocules, Funkatron monotheist. And you talk about that? Yeah. Yeah, that's how the kids are using it these days. Like if you're zesty, then that means they're calling you a homosexual. Which is that new slang, brother. Yeah, but back in the day, we meant it was, you just got murked. And then I turned it into bean zest because I thought, I have this bean magic system, and wouldn't it be hilarious if, like, you know how you have lemon zest and orange zest? What if you, like, shaved off some bean, like a really powerful bean, and you had bean zest? That's just hilarious to me. And then I thought about, okay, if there was a god of zest, then his name would, of course, be Zestocules. Anyway, new words, same old story, right? I put Thelonious in. I'm gonna put some text to explain the brooms. The brooms, which are another new thing. If your broom gets bugged, just come over here and conjure up a new one. Just click on that thing right there. We got that in. Oh, the berries. Now, as promised, the berries. Berry Manilow. They... Excuse me, what am I trying to say? They disappear when you eat them now. For a little more clarity. And also... You like Mina Smirkle? Yeah, I like Mina Smirkle too. Oh yeah. Like if you look right here, I'm really looking forward to this world, or this expansion, making this. One of the other limitations that I have as a creator in VRChat is the draw distance. I don't know how to make it. I think it's just like stuck at a certain distance. You can't just have open or big camera culling, or how far you can see shit, essentially. So that's why you have to do, like, you know, cheeky little things like that tree line right there kind of helps hide and gives you the illusion that the forest goes on and on and on. And it would go on and on and on visually, but you can't really make that off. Yeah. You can't get it above 3,000 in the unit measurement and distance, or whatever it is in Unity. 3,000 units. Or your shit will, like, clip in and out and cull in and out. It's not that good. The skyboxes really sell. Yeah, yeah. And like, if we go here, a little secret. So, do you see how the blue blends in nicely to black right there? That is a, that's something in Unity you can get called a, it's a skybox shader that essentially puts fog or a gradient of color at the horizon to hide the horizon line that you don't want. So, if you just kind of, you know, give it a little zest, then you can finagle, or at least give, or at least gesture, is a big powerful word. Gesture, the idea of infinity. Because you look at this scene right now, it doesn't look like it just stops right there, you know, to break the fourth wall or whatever. So you can bleed it into that darkness and give the mind and the eye the gesture of a dark night. Whereas without that skybox shader, a fog shader, you don't get it. You get that. If you go to some of my worlds before I knew that, you'll see that horrendous but I almost don't even like talking about it, because I don't want y'all to look at Funkatron through a developer's eyes. You know, I don't want to ruin it for you. Is Finkel Force? Yeah, oh yeah, well, I use the, yeah, is there a gaudy, no, I think I just pumped up the fog density really high in Finkel Forest, because I was trying to hide the infinite line. And now I can, yeah, oh my god. I want to redo them all. I want to work on the next town that we have. I want to go back over Finkel Forest. I want to, I love Finkel Forest. Have you found that hidden door in Finkel Forest out in the forest? There's so much weird hidden shit in my worlds, man. I love it. I build stuff and then I forget about it. And I'm like, oh yeah, I built this whole little... Anyway. Yes. Mysterious door out in Finkel Forest. But you can see the nice blending right there of the skybox thingy. The fog thingy. Oh yeah, we got I love the broom flying with the camera. The third person broom flying. Pretty cool. Oh, I didn't attach it to me. Whoops. Wait a little higher. There we go, that's fine. Yeah. Oh. I do love putting on the headset and flying brooms. One of my ideas for an upcoming world, or just put it in Funkatron somewhere, is a quest where you are a paper boy, and of course a paper boy for the Daily Brel. And you have to deliver papers by flying brooms around, you know, like a forest, or going like, you know, out and on your route. I want it to be like a time trial. And we can put the high score in there, and I'll try to, you know, get a timer going and stuff, and I don't know. I love that old school paperboy. Oh my god, the cat. Yes. It really wouldn't be too hard to, it really wouldn't be that hard to execute. Even for someone like me that doesn't really know anything. Oh yeah, see, there we go. Yeah. You can see the effect there when you eat one of the doinkleberries. Doinkleberries. So cool. The statue of the Thalia. Did a little underwater thingy when you swim in the lake. I want to give this lake a little pond of history, though. It needs like something at the bottom of it, of course, that leads to more lore. Oh, Jesus Christ. God damn. No. I'm learning along the way, you know. I'm learning so much along the way. Every day and every week that I should be thanking you all for putting up with my bugs and my world's breaking. I think I gotta get one more Noya berry. Oh, that was us getting dunked in and out of the water. Oh yeah, see, look, check it out. So now when you go over here, you'll know that the goob gob boom and zoom doesn't work. That you need to eat more doinkleberries. Oh, by the way, if you're ever in a group and you do this, the goob gob boom and zoom, you have to do it one at a time, once every 6 seconds. And you should watch the effect of when somebody hops in there. I literally have it like an effect shooting out of here And it looks really, really cool. But you can't see it, of course, if you're solo. Or if you go first in a group. It's just a nice little, another little touch. It's another layer of madness. It's part of the process, yep. Yep. It shoots, yeah, yeah. Oh, you can turn the TV on. The remote is interactable, and it pulls up another, some more videos. Mm-hmm. Some of the objects I have set to auto hold because I forgot to. I forgot to anyway. Let's see what else is new. What else is new? Okay, I gotta get more berries. Oh, we got close to the Noya berry, so we got the Noya berry. Yeah, let's go out here. Bam. Oh yeah, there's a behind the tree, the mother tree, is a secret. A secret hearthstone that you can instantly teleport to the drunken dragon, even if you haven't done the quest. Can sneak people up to the drunken dragon. Ooh, nice. Okay. Now we can. Ooh, I just thought of a way to easily implement a little overlay that you can see on the screen that will show you when you've had enough doinkleberries to fuel the boom and zoom. Let's keep going though. Make sure I didn't miss anything. What did I not even eat? What is? Okay, there we go. What the fuck? This might be loud. Turn this ish down. Oh, I still gotta switch those over. I still need to flesh this out, then get her out of there. Boom, 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 boom. Yes, thank you, Morin. Or let me. Where's that? Now for the part that still scares you. the balloon ride. Hey, sometimes you gotta put the fear into the player. This part of the old cream route is probably one of my favorite ones. I forget this camera fucks up the water there. So we can do this instead. What the? What? Oh yeah, right. Gotta do this. Here we go. Don't trip though. Oh yeah. Yo, wait, why is my water still? Oh yeah, I still have the camera up. Wait, do I have to? stop this? There it goes. I need to talk to the person that made this water shader. Because it doesn't account for that new camera. Anyway, okay. We do need to trip though. We do need to trip into the water because there is some upgrades to the Great Yawn. But look at the yoinkleberries light your path. Eventually that sprite that you save from those goob gobs will follow us along and tell us what's happening more. She'll be like our little companion narrator. They will say like, hey, I found some runes you should check out, or you know. And she'll be like, oh, the yoinklebees are lighting the way. And maybe tell us more lore about these caves themselves. I just love looking back right here. This is like one of my favoriteest shots. Of the whole place. Yes. Oh, yes. So what will happen is you'll free her from that cage, and then she'll tell you that she'll be like, thank you so much for saving me. My name is blah 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 blah. Maybe we'll meet again or something like this, and then she'll be here where we landed the balloon. She'll have beat us to that place already, and she'll be around that those runes that you have to read in order to trigger the lighting the path. And then when that triggers, she'll say, you know, like, look, the yoinklebees are lighting the path. Lighting our path. And then I'll animate her to path all the way through here. And then all along here as we jump, you know, slow enough that we can keep up with her. And then we stick together, you know. And she'll be telling us stuff all along the way. Probably introducing herself and being like, you know, this is how I got caught up in here, and this is what this place is. Cast a shield, yes. Love it. That's a good idea, actually, yeah. And then, so wherever she paths, I can like have her stop and then have a question mark appear over her to like engage with her again to like set off the next part, or she could be like, just beyond that door or something like this, and or she'll be like, lead the way. And so we'll go here, and then she'll like freak out, or whatever happens here, like, oh my god, it's one of the descendants of a Gurmonger. And we'll go through here. I still am gonna animate that dragon chunking stuff at us, and you're gonna have to dodge, or else you get killed. Speaking of, oh no. Maybe help clear an obstacle. Yeah.
You're dead.
You passed away to the great Shenanigans,
where skeletons play, the bones they dance, the spirits sing glee,
where a noob like you deserves to be.
If you played better, if you played right, you wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight. You're dead, you've passed away.
Little Jazzy's right here.
You're dead, you passed away.
Hello, little baby.
Where skeletons play,
She wants me to get
bones they dance,
a basket
spirits
and put her in it.
where a
Look at
noob
this.
like you deserves to be. If you played better, if you played right,
You wouldn't be here, a dead noob's delight.
you're dead.
But yeah, check it out.
Passed away.
a new big tower here. Yes, stop. Oh. Shh. The Great Yawn. Tavern and bar. Noobs only. And we are definitely a couple of noobs right here. You passed away. Ow! Jazzy, don't bite me. She's getting sassy. Thinking D&D, imagine a quest where the party dies to a tough fight and the real mission is what you have to do to get out of the Great Yawn. Yeah. 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 Oh, you're dead, you're dead. Yeah, I was already kind of playing around with that with old Grin here, Gravekeeper Grin, because he asks you a question. But right now you don't even have to do this for the portal to open. You can just run in there real quick if you want to. But notice how the effect will appear when you get the right answer. It does a little bit more of a... But yeah, an entire... Ow! Yes, stop. Get away. Bite me. Jesus. More a longer quest where you have to do something. Oh, yes. That would be hilarious if I could somehow, like, get us to have to dig a little out of our grave. Oh, man. That would be top tier. Yeah, but here's our bar. Afterlife. Or the Great Yawn. It's kind of basic right now. None of the patrons are here. There's gonna be a barkeep, people sitting here, undead, zombies, ghouls, ghosts of the afterlife. Put up some paintings, All the drinks we'll have a menu that will be like, dead, graveyard themed drinks. Yeah. 6 foot deep hole somewhere, yes. Yeah, that's really what it needs to be, yeah. The cover is steep though, yes. It only costs you life. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot the roof. Whoops. Or the ceiling. And there's another door for like a potential back room we could go to. But look what's cool is you can look out and you see the graveyard beneath us here. So we're in real time with the rest of the graveyard. Whoa, whoa, whoa. You're dead, whoa, whoa, whoa. Just pretty crazy. This graveyard place would be a cool spookality world, I should enter that this year for the VRChat thingy and how they do the little the seasonal thingies or not seasonal. I don't know how to call it. That's where we were, way up there. The Great Yawn. Let's go check out the changes to the Drunken Dragon. Yeah, then like the sprite will be here too, flying around with you. I'll probably do some other kind of interactive thing. Maybe the Yoinkle bees will light this path for you as well. Just a couple more. This world's kind of slow. The Drunken Dragon is slowly getting kind of complete. I'm liking it. We had all that headroom from the original world. And kind of packed it in. But yeah, like you said earlier, Lorena, we need a platform without so much restrictions as far as the size of the place that you can build. Why 1 gig? Why not like let some like make VRChat could like make a program where people could try to sign up to, you know, get their world cap size increased. It's a slippery slope. That's why you gotta guard it. That's why you gotta like make the entries. You know, who could get in? You'd have to be like qualified or something, or I don't know. There'd have to be some kind of criteria. Because of course you don't want people just spamming shitty worlds that are 5 gigs. It's like one room with all 4K textures taking up the whole space of the room. Yes. Okay, some new art. Where is the new art? Where did I put this up? Really ought to find a way to get VRChat to look at these. Yeah, maybe one day they'll stumble upon them. Who knows? Maybe one day. Wait, what the fuck? Did I not change? Oh, that's not the one. Okay. Here we go. Yes. I'm slowly replacing a lot of these that were just, you know, I mean, it's cool. This is an old picture from an old stream, but I want it to be more Funkatron. It doesn't make sense for the Drunken Dragon to just be a shrine to the captain, even though they do fly the flag of the TC Falcon. But there's a reason behind that too. If you go and talk to, oh, what's this Thunderbrew's name? Oh, what did I name this guy? I forget. But anyway, you can read about that right here. Anyway, yeah, slowly replacing some of these, some of this art. Everybody likes to get it, yeah. This is like my Uncle Sam sign. I want you. This was before I had, this was a stream before I had the TC Falcon, I think. Yeah, I think this is the spaceship that I got just like off of Google from Outer Worlds. Spider-Man. Lord of the Rings, old school sign. Same microphone. Stay a while and listen. Scarlet in the back there. Yeah, before I... Thanks. Before I discovered and started to learn 3D developing, I was really into building a lot of OBS scenes and doing all, but as all 2D. But here's a little plaque about like the scene that we're looking at. Like, what the hell? What's this dwarf doing in a barrel? You can see it's the Battle of the Black Keg. During the siege of the Dwarven stronghold, The stalwart defenders repelled their foes with thunderous charges of barrel-wielding volunteers. So in this battle, the dwarves, the Thunderbrew dwarves, they would get hurled into that. Oh my god. Oh. No. This is a scene from another stream. Older stream. And I think there might be some changes down here. I'm not sure. Let me try to remember. Yeah, Lorena, when I first started streaming, I didn't know anything about Photoshop. I didn't know anything about OBS. I didn't know anything about anything. But I knew a shitload about music. And I started streaming like a lot of people during the pandemic. Streaming had like a streaming boom. There's so many people streaming. And I had never really recorded too much music. And I was like, I might as well just crack down and just, teach myself this stuff. So I started producing music and recording my albums that I've had out now for several years. And but then I was doing that, doing that for a while, and then I was getting more and more into OBS, and the creativity started to take over. And I was like, okay, and that's really what it was. I was what inspired the pivot to the, well, I've always been a nerd, a big video game nerd, high fantasy, Tolkien, give me that shit, Dragonlance, give me that shit. Yeah, even some sci-fi too, Dune, Star Wars, let's go, love it. And then, yeah, I just love trying really hard at things. I love the idea of just going full samurai in life. I live a very odd lifestyle. I just love the idea. I'm not married. I don't have kids. And I love the idea of just really going all in on stuff. And so when I started streaming, it was no different. I sort of looked at what everybody else was doing as a musician, and I was like, okay, how can I do it more next level? How can I push it beyond? How can I break the mold? I'm really not big on trends. I'm really not big on looking at what other people are doing and looking at other successful ways and kind of mimicking. I love artistic creation and staying true to myself and what have you. So I took a look around on Twitch and I was like, okay, this is what all the musicians are doing. What if I stream from a spaceship? And so I started to, none of the musicians, they're not OBS gurus, so they weren't doing any of that crazy shit. So yeah, and then that's where it began. I was like, started to do 2D stuff. And then 2D, I realized that when I wanted to do other ship angles of the ships, I couldn't move the camera because there's no 3D space. I was just getting, images off Google. Spaceship interior. And so then I need to just make the leap and learn 3D, because then I could move a camera around and have a 3D space, like a 3D streaming room. And then I was like, okay, learned a little of that, and I was like, you know what, fuck that. Not even just a 3D streaming room, but a 3D spaceship, an entire spaceship. And then that's where I started. And then the spaceship, I was like, okay, what do spaceships do? they're like a star traveler, you know, they go and discover shit. And so I was like, okay, we gotta have a planet. And Planet Funkatron. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, one thing to the next. It doesn't, was Funkatron around for all of that? Guilty. Yeah. It doesn't mean you can't be happy. This is true. This is so true. I find the life's quest of finding out who you are, you know, the big question of who am I? That we have to answer every day. I find staying true to that path has led me to much more fulfillment than if I would have done streaming a different way. Maybe if I would have had a big following and making money, I still think I would have had that itch, that empty feeling inside, you know. I might have empty pockets right now, but my heart and soul are definitely fulfilled. Yeah, that's why those other streamers, when I started to do that stuff, that visual stuff in my music streams, the music community really didn't treat me well on Twitch, and it was really kind of not good. That's where the idea of the Naughty Book of Secrets came from. Deadass was a bunch of music streamers that were bigger than me and more established when I first started, saw what I was doing, and they would try to get my production secrets from me just to use them for their own channels, you know. But thankfully I'm old and wise enough to know when someone's trying to get one over on me, and just the amount of people that did that and the streamers, you know. So I was like, okay, what if I build the Naughty Book of Secrets? And the streamers are that's where the Beth Jesus thing came from me, you know. Beth Jesus, of course. Putting out a 1 million billion Poolong bounty. Yeah. Yeah, I made this, a lot of musicians got jelly of this software that I made that lets my guitar control MIDI instruments with extreme fidelity when it comes to replication. Have I shown you any of that stuff? Have you seen any of that stuff hopping around here? The guitar to multi-instrument thingy, mabob. Anyway. Yeah, but that's not anything new in the musician world, you know. I say it's streaming, but it's really not. It's just, musicians are just jealous fucks to begin with. You know, same shit, different year, different era. It was, I've seen old VOD too, but I haven't been able to, yeah, okay. Let's see, where's like a... Hold on, I got an example. We can crack open the vault. Because I have all these old songs and old clips. Oh, here we go. You want to watch some funny shit? Here we go. I made a montage of me of the stream after 1 year. We'll watch it here. This is gonna be great. Oh my god, I haven't seen this in a couple of years. Oh my god. This might be cringy as shit, but hey, it's me, baby. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. Oh. Okay, let's go. Are you ready? Turn the Drunken Dragon down a little bit. After 1 year of streaming, here we go. No VR, no virtual world. The TC Falcon was just what you saw in OBS. Whatever I could just I don't even think I was using Photoshop then. I think I was using Pixlr. Oh, hi there. Welcome. I'm TC Poole. I happen to stream on Twitch, and man, there's nothing more I like to do than to get home and to kick my feet up, round the children up. Hey, kids, come over. Let Papa tell you a story. I don't have kids.
Bam! Bam!
Oh,
Bam!
Pillow fight.
Sorry.
Break out in a pillow fight.
Muttering under his breath.
Oh yeah, I do love to
My technique
put on a show.
is you find a corner of the bread and then you use that to scrape the inside of the spoon. Because you can't get that off. There's methods. There's methods.
Riveting. Compelling.
There's methods.
What up there, Jazzy? Jazzy? What are you, Jazzy? What? Jazzy. Jazzy.
Oh! That's some cold shit right there, baby. That's some cold shit, baby.
Yeah, that's right. Talk that shit.
And it doesn't matter, baby. Woo! If you're from Earth, Venus or Neptune, daddy. Woo! The nature boy, baby. Dig it! Oh, wait, that's Macho Man. Damn.
Look at the superior pin tricks. Look at this. I'm like a robot over here. No wonder people think I'm a robot. Look at my right hand. Oh my god, that was like fucking 10 spins in a row. I do love pin tricks. I do love them. Oh my god, that last one was, I need to mark that down. I'm telling you, I shouldn't have got on Omegle. I'm gonna be so mean to them. Oh, Omegle. I'm so good at being mean. I used to get on Omegle. This is not a good combination. That's how I met a lot of people. This is not a good combination for them. I'm starting to get anxious for them, having to deal with me. Oh god. This is some next level anxiety shit. Look at that old school setup. Come on. Damn. Come on, Jasmine. Jump.
Captain Poole, you have a very generous passenger on board.
Thrust 1, 2 time when you pelvic thrust. Everybody and their mama with your pelvic thrust.
God.
3, 4, 5, 6 when you pelvic thrust. Even your grandmama got the pelvic thrust. Thrust 1, 2 time when you pelvic thrust. Everybody and their mama with your pelvic thrust.
Oh god.
If you're an apple,
Yeah. Starting to get more scenes.
You know, you come into the supermarket and you buy a banana.
What?
When you think it's an apple. I just want to be known for what I am. I just want to be me. I'm an apple. I'm not a banana. Bananas are dope. Go get them. They help you not cramp.
What am I even talking about right here?
But I'm an apple.
I'm gonna buy, don't worry. Hush, little babies, don't say a word. Papa Poole gonna buy a new TC Falcon for all you turds. Now come on, daddy.
Oh, I was thinking I'm talking about building the TC Falcon there, like in 3D.
Ooh, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, daddy. Ooh, if you're...
I love 90s and 80s wrestling, okay? I'm a mark for late 80s and early 90s, early 2000s WWF. Because I say WWF, brother.
From Charlottesville, North Carolina.
Yeah, that was Elite Dangerous, yeah. I'd get in there and, like, you know, role play that I was in the TC Falcon flying around. That game really got me thinking about more of the TC Falcon. I was like, damn, if I could only just build, if I could just only learn, back then I didn't even know what Unity was. I was just like, if I could only learn Unreal, maybe one day.
Richmond, Virginia, daddy.
Roulette got banned. And now all of the pizza rolls are gone. On the floor.
Damn. This was before any of even the green screen. This was an early stream. Holy shit.
Quack, 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 can quack for us. Oh my gosh, that's amazing. That's my quack. That's my squirrel call, actually.
I can quack. The Squirrel Master.
A little jazzy girl, you ain't one thing. I love you. You know I fucking love you. Your little jazzy girl, you're everything. You pop, pow, pow, pow.
Oh my god.
Oh.
You too are a
Stone Cold
squirrel
reading
master.
some cheeses.
You are a squirrel master as well. But anyway, a squirrel master. Yeah. So that's what I was doing way back when. As we've cracked open the vault. As we've cracked open the vault here. We're cracking, stacking, cracking, and cracking that meat. The difference is scraggle. Let's see. Is there anything else from the vault we can look at? Oh yeah, what about this old banger? Let me get it set up real quick. So, old musician I used to make some music with. Really talented. Really talented. And we did the song back in the day, back before any of the TC Falcon stuff. Listen to a bit of this and watch the stuff. I play a bunch of different instruments, and so he's on vocals, and I'm playing everything else.
My head, she knows I love her. I got it. I thought I lost her again, but life's so quick. Sometimes just blink and you might miss it when you close your eyes. It's been a while since
Oh yeah, thanks.
but the answer's gonna live tonight. I got it in the palm of
Yeah, I met him at like a local coffee shop, and it's like, I'm a musician. Come on, come over and check it out. And just the first night we even got together to make music, we were able to record some songs. I play everything in real time, not with like, I of course don't grow multiple hands, but I record very quickly. And I was born with perfect pitch, so I've been very gifted at music since I was a little kid, and so I'm able to listen to songs and play them out very quickly. Yeah, and so when a musician comes over to the studio, they can just tell me what songs they want to do, and I'll just listen to the song real quick and then whip it up. Really cool. Cool. I'm cool.
I'm glad we made it this far. Sometimes you just don't know. So many days spent apart, but now I'm finally yours. So won't you hold my body, move me right there.
Yeah, that dude can sing. This is no auto-tune, no nothing. I mean, I didn't even like do any post anything on his voice, really.
Not about to waste my time waiting all night. 'Cause I got in the palm of my hand. Knows I love her. 'Cause I got her. Thought I lost
I gotta.
And she knows I love
Dun, 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 dun.
she knows
Angel 20s from country metal to punk to jazz. Oh, nice. Yeah, we're an odd bunch. Okay. Enough of the vault. We'll crack open the vault maybe later. Look at some more old school music videos and old stream clips that we've done. Yes. Jork Thunder Brew. Born in the Valley of the Thunder, near the flowing Podges. Down in the river Podges. Oh, that's right. La da da da. Oh, I put the tales from the Funklands in. Oh, shit. In the Drunken Dragon as well, so now we can read it down here. Betrayal at Beringus Keep. Yeah, now we're. Yeah, once I hit 3D developing and discovered VRChat, there was no looking back. There was no looking back. I was like, okay, this is way too next level. Where's our pictures? Whoop. I've seen mostly southeastern Funklands lore. That more established or just your primary focus? Yeah, it is really just kind of by happenstance. I didn't really necessarily start out with that as the goal. I first when I had the TC Falcon, I first made the map of Funkatron because I was like, okay, cool. We can start making places on a big map. Because I discovered VRChat, and then I noticed how VRChat, very, 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 very few. I maybe found like 1 or 2 people. Of course, there's going to be way more than that. I'm just exposed to a little bit of the place, but I found very few people making worlds with continuity in between them. Meaning, each VRChat world I went to existed on an island. What the hell am I looking at here? Round the children. Get out of here. Oh, papa. Anyway, they didn't have a continuity world, so I was like, okay, each VRChat world can only be so big, so what if I make just a web of VRChat worlds, and then just what's keeping my imagination from just saying, okay, every one of my worlds is going to be on Funkatron? As soon as I make that, creative switch, or that like roleplay RP type aspect, and then I'm just like, okay, then I'm in Funkatron, and then the possibilities become a little bit more obtainable. So one of the first places I made, right, I think I can't remember exactly. What was the first place of Funkatron that I built? Hold on, we can find that out. I'll look at my worlds. Was it the Funk Wagon? Was built on... The Funk Wagon was released on 3/23. Was it... Minas Merkel? Nope. That was released 3 months after the Funk Wagon, so it might have been the Funk Wagon. But we got Minas Merkel. Oh, the map world. Oh yeah, I had the idea for the map world. You know that big place that you can go to if you drink the potion in the Bebop Bounty shop on the TC Falcon? If you drink that potion, you go to the big map world. That originally was its own world, and then I just crammed it and consolidated it. Oh, and then a couple of months later, I released Wango, it looks like. And then, oh no, Quan was released 5/23. Very enclosed encounters, yes. Yes, yes. Finkel Forest was released 10/23. So I guess it was Minas Merkel was the first place on Funkatron. Yeah, no, my bad. No. Yeah, wait. 3/23, 8/23. Oh no, Quan. The first place was Quan. Yeah. But then when the Drunken Dragon came around... Wait, no, I take that back. The Drunken Dragon was the first place on Funkatron. GG. I'm a noob. I don't even know my own shit. Yeah, the Drunken Dragon. So, when I built the Drunken Dragon, I was like... I was starting to teach myself more about... how am I going to make this place feel big, what it takes for player psychology to give the player and gesture to the player bigness. I started to think about travel time, how people are going to travel around Funkatron. That's about when I came up with the Goob Gob Boom and Zoom, because I thought that was a hilarious idea for people to run around Funkatron. And then with Boomtown and Brell, I was like, I needed a place for the Daily Brell. And so through the Daily Brell came a lot more lore. And the Daily Brell, I wanted their most of their paper to be local. They do a few world events, but and so with that and Finkel Forest and whatnot, I started to build more central to this place. The concept is fun. Having a whole world makes you want to explore it. Right. And the reason I wish VRChat would let creators create bigger worlds greater than 1 gig is so I can play more with the persistence. Because if they up the cap on how big a world can be, then all the stuff you do in Minas Merkel, I can tie and have it affect in the Drunken Dragon. Right now, we're kind of constrained in that regard, so I can't do like a big, long, epic quest line like I want to. But I'm still learning, so things change, time changes, and time changes things, so... Wait, what the fuck did I say? But yeah, I have, let's see, Minas Merkel is too polished to have been your first. Yeah, it was, yeah, believe it or not, the first one was this Drunken Dragon world. I thought a tavern would be really cool. Because, you know, of course, you know, how many adventures start in a tavern? Anything across the Hilky Way? Yes, across the Guego Sea. I have an entire part of Hilky built. With a forest, flyable brooms, a quest. Well, not much of a quest really, but so a lot of things going on there. I ended up, when I started to overhaul the TC Falcon, I took all of that Hilky out and made the TC Falcon world just the TC Falcon itself. Just for creative purposes and making that ship feel bigger. I wanted more of that 1 gig allotted space to be just dedicated to the ship itself. Because I thought about putting the TC Falcon in every one of these worlds, and then we fly down to the to Funkatron, but then I was like, not a good use of space. So I still have all of this part of that world waiting. So I might make our next world part of that, along with a city. Makes sense with it being a landing point for the Falcon previously. Right. You're like 2 steps away from just developing your own game. I know, right? Yeah, that's the end goal. That's like the 12-year-old, the middle school in me back in the day when we would just sit around eating our sack lunches and bologna cheese sandwiches, talking about, oh my god, Diablo 2 is so cool. What if we did that one day? What if we got this in, And we're doing it, baby. We're doing it. Left foot, right foot. Brick by brick. I can't believe, I can believe we've come this far because, but at the same time, it's cool to see so much of this stuff come to life when I've worked just solo on this, this whole time. It's just been a one-man type of deal. But yeah, I remember a thought that I said like 25 minutes ago and I didn't ever finish it. But this world, when we were talking about the distance of the camera, this world, I want it to be a really big forest. I mean, I'm going to push the limits on how big we can make that world feel, and not how big we can make it be. No, I'm gonna put a mountain in the center of it. So much like the beginning here. Imagine that big mountain, but even bigger, and we are able to walk around or travel around, fly around the entire mountain. And because that's what that forest, the Ponty Forest, looks like. And Gizzle Keep. Oh shit, sorry. I forget the distance here. That's gonna be cool. Yeah, continent-sized forest. Yes. Oh god. Is there lava? No, I haven't built the lore yet. But I just thought it would be cool to match that red forest. I thought that since all that forest is like pinks and reds and deep reds, that what if the water that came from the mountain was red, maybe because of all the leaves that fall year after year after year, that kind of tint the soil a little bit and thus affects the water. Or maybe it's because of something that's happening at Gizzle Keep up there on Mount Waka Waka. Yeah, so much. Man, I mean, I'm considering putting orcs in because orcs are just cool as fuck. And they could be from up here, the Trindley Plains in Abu Dhabi, where the huge active volcano is. Tinged red, either by nature or by toxins. Yes. I mean, God. I really want for Doriath, this whole forest to be it's the biggest forest in Funkatron, and so it deserves its heyday. It'll have a different feel altogether. I really picture a cool type elven forest, like a Lothlorien type forest as Vidoriath. I want the trees there to be huge and there to be like, teals and silvers and turquoise and light greens and dark hunter greens with a different feel altogether than this. This is much more of where we are here in Summerwood. is a different feel altogether. One thing I love about World of Warcraft and what they do is how each zone is a character in the game itself. They did such a great job on making the zones feel distinct, and that gives the player the gesture that they've traveled further than they quote-unquote actually have. But I'd argue that the perception is the last ruler, so if you perceive it and you feel like you have traveled far in a game, then you really have. But that's a little bit of my more existential standpoint on things. But yeah, so I like the idea of the forest having each forest having a different feel. You know, I want the planet to feel big, feel different, feel unique. So people that have different personality types, as we all do, they can have their own locations that can become their own on Funkatron. For those that like an elven forest, a cool elven forest, you'll have the Verdorith. For those that like the desert type climate or the aesthetic of a bustling, huge desert capital town, we'll have that. We'll have the Klydoshi Desert, and so on and so forth. Oh my god. Yes. I imagine this, Loreno. Imagine a forest that has trees this tall, but then has another canopy above it, like as tall as the mage statue. And that's where the other canopy starts. So you could have this whole... You could have above the big trees where you can see the sky, but then you can have this area where you're underneath the trees, but above these other trees. And it just be, you know, like, just magical as fuck, enchanted as fuck. Oh, I get the chills thinking about all this stuff. It's pretty much all I do all day, is build toward this. Whether I'm building the Daily Braille or the card game or the figuring out these virtual books or the music behind it or the little kitty cats. Yeah, eventually we'll have our own game. Careful, you'll either get Lothlorien or you'll get Indoor. Lucky for me, I don't think my skills will yet permit such recreation. I don't think we'll. But yeah, it'll be yeah, who doesn't love a big, grand, enchanted forest? Beth J. George. Where are we at? Let's go to the daytime here. The sun is rising. Oh yeah, we still got the KPP 101 playing. Let's go back to the stream here.
So cool.
I gotta get the next cards ordered. You see how the frame's kind of fucked up? It cut it off there.
Grand.
Yeah. But, man, we got a lot of shit.
Yeah, we've got more.
We got a lot of stuff. Me.
As I've been pumping those out.
Pump 'em, dump 'em.
You can see all of the new cards.
The new cards, the old cards, the leotards. Learn how to play the card game. Right. Well, the card game is pretty... It will be pretty... It'll be pretty relaxed right now, the card game. Because I haven't been really balancing it to make it like a, you know, a polished game right now that people would want to play and like be competitive with or something like this. It's much more, for me right now, it's much more of a way for, Well, it's multiple things for me right now. It's a way to have exposition and tell more about the story. The things that I can't quite yet build in 3D, those cards kind of tell the tale. We learn much more about the Brangus Legion and different things. Another thing is that the card game just kind of goes along with the whole aesthetic of it. The whole high fantasy type, you know, Magic the Gathering, Hearthstone, etc., etc. And it really was just a bucket list type thing, you know. Make your own card game off of your own lore. But it also, as I'm making those, I get more ideas about other things to add onto it as well. So the card game right now is just more for fun. There's like silly little IRL consequences, like if you play a certain card, your opponent has to like tell their favorite song. That's like one of the consequences of the song. Of course they do damage and other shit like that, but I like the idea of the card game having... I just picture me and my old friends when we were younger and what type of card game we would want to play. And me and my friends wouldn't get really uber competitive, try hard, min-max, but we loved laughing above all things, really. We loved video games. We loved playing video games together and getting hyped up. And we loved laughing. That's why there's so much, I guess there's so much humor in this. So the card game, again, is not going to be... I want to make that apparent from the get-go because I don't want people to think I'm building some, like, balanced game that's going to be, like, you know, used for competitive purposes or whatnot. I have no idea about the balance of the game. But it'll still be, for me, it will still be fun. Because it's just for the yucks. Just like all of this stuff. But anyway, yeah. Let's see what we got. The rules are more Calvin Ball. Ooh, I don't know what that is. What's Calvin Ball? Plus something for people to do in the world. Yeah, Loreno, exactly. Yeah. When I made the cards and I realized I could put them in the virtual spaces here, I was like, oh man, that's yet another layer that lets me, you know, just kind of stand out a little bit more, make this a little bit more of a unique experience. And like I said in the beginning, I love when you find something in a game that makes you ask yourself, how much more is out there? The games we play inevitably put up either conscious, but more often than not, subconscious limits. Like the worlds that people are used to seeing in VRChat. You might come out on this deck and think, oh, that's a nice world, and then you'd try to step off the deck and you'd hit an invisible wall. And this would be the world. And that's cool. Because this is a very scenic little porch, and a lot of VRChat worlds are like that, but as soon as you step off and you're like, oh shit, I can go down in the forest, then it gives that little spark, that little magic that I'm just chasing after so much of my life, and sharing that with others, and having like shared experiences. Because then you can come here and you can be like, what the fuck is this? And then there's like a random little note right here. What does this even mean? You know? Ooh. And then you could think, what? Well, where if I go out there? And then so on and so forth. How far would make sense, though? Like Pazak? I don't even know Pazak. I'm sorry. I'm so uneducated. I'm very... I'm ignorant. How far would make sense, though? I don't know what you mean by this. Oh, the card game from Star Wars. Oh, yes. Oh, kitty cat. Get away from me, kitty cat. Oh, shit. Let me get back in a treehouse. Meow. Meow. Ooh, yes, so much to add. So every step, left, right, up, down. There's so much there. Oh, how far? As in, when does it stop adding to immersion and just become a walking simulator? Oh, yes. This. Now you're asking the right questions that one must always ask themselves when making this stuff. As I create the world, I try to just draw upon my hundreds of years of video game experience in putting myself as the player. I have a few. I love in philosophy and in math something called the axiomatic method, where you have a short list, hopefully, a short list of axioms from which you can kind of deduce all your other motions from. I love this. One of my axioms is I try to keep Funkatron I picture in my brain Funkatron as a sphere, not like the Earth or the planet shape. We're just conceptualizing here, visualizing, abstracting. Picture it as a circle, sphere. There is another sphere on the outside of that, a little bit bigger. And the difference between those two spheres is what I like to call what should we call it? It's the fluff of the game, or a game. And the fluff is all the shit you put into the details of your worlds and games that the percentage of players that will discover or even notice or interact with this is very small. And like you're saying, you don't want to build that layer of fluff too big, because then it becomes an inefficient way to spend your time. But I like to keep a healthy amount of that fluff out there for a few reasons. I think there's something epically romantic in my head. Like, not romantic like lovey-dovey, but romantic like the movement. There's something very epic and very romantic in my head about when I build something in one of my worlds and I'm like, man, no one's ever even going to discover this. That like gets me hype. I don't know why. It's like that secret. It's like, of course, I wish, we had millions of viewers. But there is something kind of cozy, much like this treehouse. There's something cozy about Funkatron and all of this, because hardly anybody knows about it. And it kind of gives that I don't know, it gives it something. It gives it something. I don't know what. Yeah, and I like building those things. I like building the stuff that some people might notice, like the KPP 101, the whole radio station is kind of one of those things. But I even like the fringe stuff, like that again evokes that emotion from the player, that how much is out there. And thankfully with persistence being added, and I'm learning how to build quests more and kind of usher the player along, it will greatly hide the fact that VRChat is simply a 3D chat room. If we put enough into it, I think we can hide that fact and give the gesture and at least get the feeling through. But then one of these days I'm gonna fuck around and learn more enough about this shit that I'll just make our own standalone game, and that will be so next level. Yes, I vividly remember in Toe Jam and Earl swimming to a secret island. Toe Jam and Earl, I think it was Toe Jam and Earl 2. Maybe it was Toe Jam and Earl 1. There were these continents. It was like a top-down type looking game, sort of like a... It was kind of ahead of its time. But you could jump off into the ocean, right? And the ocean just went on seemingly forever. But then if you swam and swam and swam, and back then it seemed, like 10 minutes. It seemed forever. But you could find the secret island. And when you found that secret island, I can remember being a kid and being like, okay, it's possible. All it takes is that one island to give the player the feeling of how many more islands are out there. There could, in reality, be 0 islands out there other than that one. But that one, if placed far enough and made hard enough to get to obtain, in this instance, spending your time. Because you don't know the islands out there. You're just walking, much like you're walking into this forest. But I want to reward those few souls. I mean, we might never have a big audience, but I want those few souls that take the time to adventure and walk out into this forest to find something out there. More than just a walking simulator with cool-looking trees and terrain. But I want you to find the bones of a warrior and his armor with a little question mark. And you interact with the question mark, and that begins an entire adventure. That shit gives me the chills just thinking about it, Just talking about it makes me so pumped up. Because then the very few people that do that, I'll have a very special relationship with those people. Because they, of course, at the end of the day know that this is a video game made by a person. But they'll have to go to bed that night thinking, damn, this motherfucker's crazy. I don't know. I like it, and it can be inspiring to others. I've been told that stuff like that can be inspiring and give hope. I like this. I get that. Just curious how you fill a content-sized forest without everyone getting lost. It'll have to be tricky. We'll have to have a lot more goob gob boom and zooms. Boom. Shooting people. And that will be like the teleport system, so you don't have to trek everywhere. I can also have different rides that move really quickly, like that balloon. Instead of a balloon, what if you get back on the back of a great eagle, and the eagle can zoom you to the next location? Kind of various points of interest that can get you around. And it wouldn't be like full-on continent size. I don't know if I can even have that. I'll have to play with how much this terrain and these terrains take up megabyte-wise. But once I find the healthy parameter of, okay, it takes up X amount of megabytes, and I still have Y amount of megabytes left over to populate it, then we'll be able to work it. But with the way that this size is, that I've kind of deduced about how this forest is, we'll be able to make a pretty big forest with some interesting little fast travel things. And maybe equipable items, you know, we can have waypoints that will let you, once you discover a waypoint, you can then fast travel there. And with persistence, you can always have those remembered, so your part of your accomplishments, if you will, are remembered by the world. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. A boom and zoom that could actually launch you physically would be hilarious. We'll definitely figure out that. Oh man, so much ish. I've even thought about making another tree house, like right up there, another level, and gut this room out, like we were talking about last stream with the persistence thing, and decorating your own room. And look, there we are.
Look at my guy go cross-eyed. Why am I cross? My eyes are going googly-eyed.
I got the googly eye.
I'm all googly-eyed over here. Hold up, this is so cool.
Yeah, I think if the I like to think maybe I'm overestimating my worlds because I am biased, but I like to think that the VRChat powers that be, if they visited these places, particularly the TC Falcon and the Drunken Dragon worlds, or Highhammer Keep, I think that they would appreciate it, you know. They're like, damn, someone's doing this on our platform? That's pretty cool. Who knows? Maybe there's like thousands of worlds like this out there and I just don't even know about them. You know, you never in life want to be like, hey, I'm special, and then realize you're not special, and then there you are with your foot in your mouth. You've been to thousands of worlds. Hey, that makes me feel better. That helps. That helps with the reaffirming. Look at the big tree. Except I'm all like off my axis here. Coming up to our little tree house. Oh yeah. I dream about having a VR MMORPG. Oh shit. Just clanged off the front of that door. An MMORPG where we could have like classes and stuff and go questing and level up. Oh.
Head into room
One day.
16.
One day we'll get there.
Brangus Castle, where the dwarf would become an advisor to the infamous lord. Thus, Lemmy cheated death and entered the service of Lord Brangus as a trusted envoy, the polite title for a spy. By year's end, Lemmy had travelled more widely than anyone he knew, and had seen wondrous and terrible things that plagued him only occasionally as night terrors. He had wandered the halls of Brangus Keep and gazed at the relics within its chambers. His throat had been encircled by the mismatched hands of a flesh golem known as Duty Croon.
Duty Croon.
And he had shared drinks with the rogues of the Huno Kuno, whose guests often reposed on their table rather than at it. Lemmy had been saved more than once by those flashes of insight, which Lord Brangus had taught him to read more carefully. He lacked control over the timing of his visions, but often they revealed some truth about the strange lands and frightening individuals he encountered in the service of the Lord. So it was, until he entered the southern Funklands. From the moment he crossed into that realm, the domain of Lord Brangus confounded Lemmy. In the few days he ranged through the forest-choked land, searching for the origins of its mysterious lord, he made one wrong decision after another. His worst mistake occurred at a broken-down tavern called the Grey Goblin. The owner of that slouching two-story ruin came alarmingly close to tricking the dwarf into taking possession of the tavern's deed, a virtual death sentence. Lord Brangus himself used the place to recruit unwitting adventurers
loud as
for his
hell.
missions in the Funklands. Lemmy's instincts had encouraged him to trust the tavern keeper. Only the premature gloating of the man's mistress, deep in her cups and raving about the horrors the adventurers would face, saved him at the last instant from the trap.
Yes. Have you seen this one,
As he made his way
Loreno?
back to Brangus Castle through a deepening twilight, Lemmy wondered if he had finally exhausted his gift. At the very least, he had used up his interest in espionage.
Ooh.
There was no more joy to be had in subverting Brangus's enemies. He thought about resigning his post, taking up the work for which he had long known himself.
This takes place before the betrayal at Brangus Keep. This is when Lemmy Pimmy met Lord Brangus.
That produced the legendary Thunder Brew Ale. Brangus found the dwarf's love for craftsmanship amusing. He had laughed aloud when Lemmy wept over the death of his faithful hound, Poot, which had lost its will to live during one of its master's long absences from the keep. Astounding, Brangus had said. You've bested dragons and solved riddles, yet a dog's death makes you wail like a child. You're better suited to the work I've given you, Lemmy. Be glad for it. No, Lemmy decided bitterly as he topped a rise in the narrow road. If Brangus wants me to wear a spy's cloak, I'll never convince him to let me exchange it for another. The rutted path wound down into a valley, meeting up with a rough stone bridge. Beyond the arch, which spanned the reed-choked Podges River, lay the edge of Brangus's territory.
Right.
Lemmy cursed softly. Something was standing in the middle of the bridge. The failing light made it difficult to see clearly, and Lemmy first mistook the thing for an animal, a small bear or a boar perhaps. The beast would clear out of the way as the horse got closer, he guessed, but he drew his hammer just in case. As he reached the bottom of the hill, he saw that the figure stood on the two legs. At 50 yards, it was clear that the figure was too short to be a man or elf, too broad and bulky to be a child. A dwarf, then. Oh no, Lemmy whispered. Dirty McCringle. He reined in the horse sharply.
Oh
It
yeah,
reared,
baby.
nearly throwing him from the saddle.
Fuck yeah, Dirty McCringle.
The elaborate brace forged for Lemmy by the smiths of the Brangus Keep made it
Lemmy's got a
easier for
fucked up
him to
leg.
ride,
He's got a
but
peg
it
leg.
couldn't completely compensate for his twisted leg. As he fought to bring the mount back under control, Lemmy lost his hammer. He didn't pause to retrieve it. The weapon would do him no good, not against Dirty McCringle. Give up, the dwarf shouted from the bridge. There's nowhere to run. The woods were too thick on either side for a mounted man to ride more than a stone's throw before being blinded or knocked senseless by a low branch. The best option, Lemmy thought, was to race back up the road, to put enough distance between himself and the dwarf to dismount, then to duck into the forest on foot. With a little luck, he could later reach Brangus Castle through some half-forgotten path. Passing from the Melody Mountains to Brangus's domain would place him beyond the reach of the darkest magic employed by Dirty McCringle. The minions of that mysterious lord would hesitate as well before crossing in pursuit, for fear of drawing the personal attention of Beth Jezos. Lemmy wheeled the horse about, and spurred it to a gallop. With the clumping of his mount's hooves, the clatter of his tack, and his leg brace, and the near-deafening thunder of his own heart filling his ears, Lemmy shouldn't have been able to hear the other riders, but he did.
Brangus
The
Legion.
approaching hoofbeats thudded across the valley like the slamming of coffin lids. Their terrible sound heralded the arrival of 2 riders, who appeared atop the rise just as Lemmy started up the hill. The world seemed to slow, time itself shuddering to a halt at the sight of the twin horrors. Fleshless hands curled around the reins of horses that shook off wormy clots of meat with each step.
Dang.
Armor that seemed more tarnished than metal clattered against bare ribs. Open-faced helmets framed visages of bone. Their mouths gaped wide in mirthless, rictus grins. Lemmy did not need to turn his horse again to direct its retreat from the skeletal riders. The animal wheeled on its own, eyes wide with terror. It barreled back toward the bridge. The riders followed. For all their preternatural slowness, they somehow gained ground on the dwarf quickly. Given a choice, Lemmy would have faced the riders before Dirty McCringle. He had a particular dread of creatures like the dwarf, or the thing the dwarf was supposed to be if the stories he'd heard were to be believed. Beth Jezos's generals too had warned him against tangling with Dirty McCringle. He was unpredictable, the sort who might turn a simple act of espionage into an excuse for open warfare.
Don't tangle with Dirty
Lemmy
McCringle.
could only hope that the stories were exaggerations, for there was no stopping his horse now. It recognized the stench of the grave emitted by the dead riders. "Fate favor me," Lemmy said, then kicked his mount into a full charge. McCringle's iron-shod boots struck sparks from the stones underfoot as he ran to meet the assault.
This is a cool angle.
He balled his thick-fingered hands into fists in front of his face. Then his arms went slack, trailing loosely to his sides like broken wings. Claws burst from his fingertips. His heavy-footed gait became more certain, swifter. Fur sprouted in unpleasant grey and black tufts from his face and bare arms.
Yeah, no
A
wrong.
scream that was equal parts ecstasy and anguish blasted from his lips. The dwarf's
Yo, go get some
entire
sleep.
frame convulsed, the bones of his skull grinding
Dirty
into a
McCringle's
new
running amok.
configuration. A terrible mixture of
Yo.
dwarf.
Thanks for hanging out and talking all things Funkatron with me, Loreno. Always a pleasure brainstorming with you and picking your brain. I'm learning a lot.
Lemmy directed his mount's wild flight as best he could.
So take care, brush your hair,
Or perhaps even trample him.
and nighty-night.
For the briefest
Keep your bung hole tight. Yo, for real though.
McCringle fell to his back as the horse bore down on him.
Thanks for
The
hanging out.
mount leapt forward, and Lemmy gasped. The way stood open. Brangus Keep and safety beckoned at the bridge's far end. The elation that sight engendered was short-lived. Even as the dwarf turned his head, hoping to glimpse the battered form of the werebeast, his horse collapsed beneath him. The unfortunate animal screamed once, then crumpled.
Yeah.
Lemmy pitched forward.
Oh, nice, right on.
The saddle, its strap somehow sheathed.
Good on you there, good on
And
you.
the saddlebags flew with him.
Take care, my friend.
They landed in a snarl at the center of
Keep
the
the
bridge's
funk alive.
span. As he raised his head from the stones, Lemmy glanced back at his fallen horse. The animal had been split from breastbone to tail. The carcass lay atop McCringle, who struggled to free himself from the grisly tangle. The werebeast's claws were thick with gore, the fur on his monstrous face matted with blood. McCringle expelled a grunt of anger. a horrible sound matched only by the thunder of the approaching skeletal riders. Lemmy started to crawl. From his wrist, he plucked a small locket. The filigreed silver gleamed softly, just as it had the day Lord Brangus had given it to the dwarf. Now, in his hour of greatest need, Lemmy pressed it to his lips and invoked the charm it carried. "Lord Brangus, aid me," he called. "I have what you want. I have the relic." He looked to the far end of the bridge. There, shrouded in the gathering gloom, stood Lord Brangus. Clad in grey, he could have been cut from the shadows themselves. He crossed thin arms over his chest impatiently. A breeze stirred his wild mop of black hair, uncovering his eyes for a moment. The dark orbs glittered brightly in a pale white face. "Give it to me," he cried, quickly. Lemmy snatched up the saddlebags, stuffed to bursting with scraps of parchment and folios of notes about the relic. As the dwarf raised the satchels above his head, the world went suddenly silent. McCringle's growls and the awful thunder of the dead riders, even the dull murmur of the river, all quieted at the same instant. A soft, unpleasant sound quickly filled the void. It was a voice as deep and bleak as a bottomless chasm. It shook the soul and froze the blood. Lemmy found himself paralyzed. "What do you hear?" shouted Lord Brangus. But his servant could not answer. The droning of the voice had become a song, a dirge of shattered faith and forsaken love. It was the tale of Lord Brangus, sung by the ancient spirits themselves. The words of that dire song gathered along the border, but would not pass beyond. They coalesced into thorny stems that reached high into the sky. With each new verse of the lament, the stems stretched upward, swelling at the tops with tightly closed buds. Then the song grew discordant, the story confused. The orderly row of stems tangled, the thorns tore at each other, and the wounds they left wept thick, viscous tears. Lemmy felt the song take root in his mind. The melody sent tendrils deep into his thoughts, seeking out memories the dwarf had carefully walled off. They tapped into his most ghastly deeds, the morbid and horrific reflections that surrounded them, and drank of their vileness. The urge to expel that poison overwhelmed Lemmy, and he himself began to sing. His crimes, and those of every other soul within the cursed land, created a dreadful harmony that swelled the buds atop the tangled stems. Finally, when no more voices could be added to the chorus, the flowers opened. Black roses, their petals blotted out the sky and filled the world with the fragrance of corruption. And thus ends Chapter 1 of Tales from the Funklands.
Buck wild. Buck wild.
Every long lost dream brought me to where you are.
Yo, what the fuck?
You were my dream.
Colonel,
God,
this
that
is
sound
Snake.
was on.
I've infiltrated the TC Falcon to gather intel on this Captain TC Poole character. He's quite the idiot.
TC Poole is changing the way people imagine streaming.
A pioneer of the interactive Odyssey format, this intrepid creator has carved out quite the niche for himself. Watch as he effortlessly weaves story, art and performative music, regaling his viewer tribe with improvised tales of spacefaring adventures.
Nothing about this mission is making sense. Poole struts around in some gray cloak with mismatched socks, making up songs on the spot and telling rambling stories. Yet his crew acts like he's some kind of genius visionary.
Never before has planet Funkatron seen such a buck-wild entity. Stay tuned as Captain TC Poole adventures around planet Funkatron.
An adventure, a show, a concert, a space captain. TC Poole brings to streaming much more than most can even imagine. Come by a show and see how we're inspiring others through virtual worlds, art, and live music on the TC Falcon.
Every long lost dream brought me to where you are. You were my creamy star. I couldn't believe that creaming me on my way. Creamy right where we are. Sweet granny knows it's true. 'Cause God bless the creamy road that led me straight to you.
What the fuck? We gotta watch this together.
Much that once was is lost,
start
for
it
none now
over.
live who remember it.
Start it over.
It began with ye old funk.
It did.
Before all things, the funk grooved. Are you living in the real world? I feel it in the water. I feel it in my cheeks.
Mm-hmm.
I smell it in the air. Much that once was is lost, for none now live who remember it. It began with ye old funk. Before all things, the funk grooved an eternal, funky, cool modality.
Make a dolly.
And from this melody came forth the Thalia, and ye old funk was pleased. The Thalia grooved in harmony and came to a great crescendo, from whence came the planets, stars, and plant life. Ye old funk then went into a buck-wild solo, bringing forth life to the universe. But one Thalia wanted a solo of his own and went out beyond the great yon and deviated from the groove. This Thalia, named Mediocrities, grooved off beat and out of tune, never harmonizing with the other Thalia or ye old funk. Hence he was outcast and became jealous of the others. Mediocrities brought forth into existence cosmic dissonance and all of the evils that followed. Greed, sloth, jealousy, all seeped into various crevasses of reality. The ones who brought evil and famine followed and worshipped Mediocrities, and it was still his plan to corrupt all of those that would take his words as truth. A chief follower of Mediocrities was Bef-Jesus, a powerful, ruthless old fuck who lusted for power. He brought forth darkness and sorrow anywhere he sauntered. One by one, the free planets of the cosmos fell to Mediocrities and his horde, but there were some who resisted. A last alliance of heroes from different nations, planets, and galaxies ran buck-wild on Bezos, and on the heavenly plains they fought for the freedom of the universe. With the help of the Thalia, Mediocrities and his armies were driven back, and he was captured, taken away beyond the great Yon Yon. The Thalia then crafted items of great power to give to those houses who stood strong amidst the face of doom. These relics, as they were later known, not only gave great powers to those planets who housed them, but also a way for the Thalia to keep at bay the evils that still lingered. And some things that should not have been forgotten were lost. History became legend. Legend became myth. And for 10,000 years, life and the Thalia lived in harmony. They grooved so hard into a funky, cool modality that they became blind to the growing evils in the outskirts of the universe. The powerful Bef-Jesus has set forth his army of darkness to collect the relics of power and to free his master, Mediocrities. One crucial relic, the Buckstone, remains on Funkatron, and here we find our heroes. A great council is happening. Like the days of yore, neighboring planets and star systems have sent their greatest heroes to Funkatron in hopes to form an alliance, a fellowship, a funk.
What's next? What we got here? Oh hell yeah.
Here we are, born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe. Here we belong, fighting to survive the
It's so epic watching this shit on these screens with this camera in our treehouse. Epic immersion. Next level. Every long. Give us the cream. Give us the cream song. Come on. Come on. Come on. Give us the cream. You must give us the cream. What's this? Oh, good. Yeah. Alright. Alright, cool. Okay, cool. But where's this one? All right, cool. Yeah.
Oh, hello there, traveler.
Oh, hello, traveler.
Welcome on into the Drunken Dragon. Tonight, I'll be reading
Okay,
you a
chill.
tale of
Let me get this
sorrow
camera.
and groove.
Where'd my camera
Grab
go?
a thunder brew or some buck lightning,
Oh, there I am.
and we'll begin.
It's the
Tales from
book
the
lightning.
Funklands.
So yeah, I've been talking a lot about Planet Funkatron tonight. Let me stop this here. I do need to save this one though. A little export. Yeah, there we go. Bang. Let me get here. Let me Where is my camera? So we're in a my virtual world. As I've built it out, Planet Funkatron. There I am on the ground. What am I doing over there? I'm watching a kitty cat. Come on in. Oh, hello there. Here I am right here. Whoa. Streamception. Next level. What else are we gonna do tonight? We've been yapping it up, talking about Funkatron, talking about the latest additions to the world. We've been talking about the book that's coming out that I've got. I've already ordered the first copy. Getting published and printed and mailed to me. I still can't even get over it. Let me try to, let me show you more about this book. Okay, so we're in our virtual world, right? Oh, shit. That you can explore on PC and in VR for free. Free game. Oh my god, Jesus. What am I doing? My body is contorting. Let me uncontort. Let me sit my ass down here real quick. Let me get my camera here real quick. So check it out. So we're sitting here, we're grooving, we're moving, and we're literally live right now. You can come join me right now. It's crazy. Okay, so this book, you see, is not only in VR, but IRL, like I was saying earlier. But you can read it here, as well as on the website, tcpoole.com. But look at this shit. This is all real time. Literally. My first short story about some of the key characters of Planet Funkatron and beyond. Card games coming along. Got over 230 individual cards for Planet Funkatron and all of this. If you want to learn more, check out tcpoole.com or get in the Discord. Or just download the game. Get your ass in here. Or on YouTube. As we were watching that, some of the YouTube earlier. You can also watch YouTube in the virtual space here, which is wild. I ain't gonna read the whole thing. You can actually listen to me narrate it on the YouTube. Buck wild. And this is all in Planet Funkatron. How crazy is this shit? And if you're lurking out there, you're lurking in Lurking's Co Factory, where you're gonna like the way you lurk. I guarantee it.
Lurkington Co Factory, where you lurk with sweet, sweet
to step away or for whatever bullshit reason. You need to go AFK. There's Lurkington Coat Factory for you and all your crew. If you're lurking in a stream, watch out for swine comb poo.
Lurkington Coat Factory, where you're gonna like the way you lurk. I guarantee it.
You guarantee it. Do you? Oh, do you? Oh yes, oh yes. The pwn phone is pwning. Incredible. Here are some of the cards featured. The card game that I've got. I actually ordered over 96 of these bad boys. Wait, or maybe just exactly 96. Bang. Our own community card game. Get wrecked, life. Oh, yes. Maybe we can do this real quick. 1 second. I'm gonna set up the camera better and properly. That's right, boys and girls. It's your old pal, TC. Hey, it's me. Oh, oh. Hey. Oh, hey there. Did I mention about the cards? Oh, shit. They're too dark. It's not focused. Oh, yes. You'll be able to order these soon from the website. I have over 230 individual cards, all based on the lore, all based on our characters. If you want a card based after you, let me know. I'll build you into the lore. Won't I, little Jazzy? Little Jazzy needs kisses. KPP 101, The Quiet Storm. Next level streaming.
She's a good girl, sipping John Juan. Love a Funkatron vibe and the neon dawn. Got a thunder brewing hand with a buck wild twist. In the TC Falcon's cantina can't resist. Cause she's free falling into John Juan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild, under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. In the cosmic haze, a buck wild delight.
Yeah, next level. Stream's crazy.
He's a good man, sipping John Juan. Down in the old holler, booty cobbler gone yon. If he winks twice, you'll know. Through fire and snow, he'll climb to the the top of that mountain, brother. 'Cause they're free falling into John Juan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sitting on the stars, buck wild, under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight.
I know you lurkers are out there. I'm always watching. The turtle dove card. Look, old school me. What am I doing over there? What am I doing over there? She's a good girl. Little Jazzy. Little Jazzy just needs a kiss. You're a baby, you're a baby. Dude's lab out there lurking, let's go. What's happening here? Hmm? What's happening? What's happening? We're in here doing so much streamception. I think my stream is like MC Escher.
Yeah, it was a dark time.
Not mediocrity.
Yeah, imagine a universe suddenly drained of color. A cosmic hush falls over everything.
That sounds awful.
You see,
It was a bad scene, but
this looks like a stream,
the swine
and it
folk
is,
with their pine
but it's
cone
within a virtual world.
What?
That's a
amplified
stream.
G old funk, right?
Okay.
Because there I
held
am.
the silence.
Wow.
But
And
here I
literally
am.
rocked the planet back to its senses. So they're not just cute; they're veterans of a cosmic battle of the bands.
That's incredible. Talk about unlikely saviors, right? Makes you wonder what other secrets are hidden in plain sight on this planet.
Oh, tons.
What about those Funklands?
Yeah.
The ones who keep the planet's groove going.
Yeah.
Are they more than just like musical conductors?
Oh, for sure, way more.
Yeah.
Remember when we talked about beanology?
Yeah, the study of the beans, right?
Yes.
Study of the beans. Yeesh. Yo, what? Wait, what?
And the source material suggests that Funklands, they have this unique connection.
What? Oh, the cards. Oh yeah, the cards are in the world as well. This shit's crazy. I got a lot of shit going on. This is next level streaming to the max. Y'all thought I was stopping. Y'all thought I was talking shit 2 years ago. Y'all thought I was crazy 2.5 years ago, 3 years ago, and I was talking about all this shit. And now, look at them, y'all. Look at them, y'all. Do you understand the meaning of look at them, y'all now? Fucking next level. Yeah, baby.
Turn it up though, baby. Don't you know I'm tired? Just an old friend, just an old friend to me. Now, old friend, you're gonna just let me be. It's a beautiful wind, out and down, blowing my soul.
baby. Will somebody get me a cup of cream, for Christ's sakes?
Every long lost cream brought me to where you are. You were my creamy star. I couldn't believe that cream creaming me on my way. Creamy right where we are. Sweet Granny knows it's true.
Sweet Granny.
'Cause God bless the cream road that led me straight to you.
There's always a part in this song that sounds like a cat. Bringing me on my way.
Every long lost cream
Take it up.
brought me to where you are. You were my creamy star. I couldn't believe that cream creaming me on my way. Creamy right where we are. Sweet Granny knows it's true. 'Cause God bless the creamy road that led me straight to you. Sweet Granny knows it's true. 'Cause God bless the creamy road that led me straight to you.
What the fuck? What's going on back here? Oh my god, what the fuck? Oh my god. Just too much cream going on everywhere. Need to chill. What is playing that? Do I have some kind of like... Where's the cream coming from? We're getting extra cream. Is it one of these? What the fuck? Hold up. Oh my god. What the hell's happening? Oh, it did have... that was playing the cream. Huh. What do you know? Oh my god. Okay, here we go. Jesus Christ. That song was dedicated to you, dudes lab. Sometimes you just gotta get a cup of cream in the morning. Sometimes you got a couple of cream. Should we do this here, or should we do it? Full screen, full screen. One thing I do know is that I gotta go pee. So y'all listen to this funky banger while I go, urinage. Por favor. Alright, here we go. Be right back.
Sometimes call the blues.
Let's power up.
Just as soon as I get home. Well, I'm gonna make it up to you for all the time that I've been gone.
And get bucked.
Well, I'm southbound, mama. Well, I'm southbound, mama. Southbound, mama. Oh, I'm southbound, mama. Oh, Lord, I'm coming home to you.
Okay. Okay. What we do now? Do we keep the sunset or we go to night? I think we should go to nighttime for this tale. Because we're about to go through a bit of this book, but with the narration of me. God bless America. There we go. Now, allow myself to reintroduce myself. We gotta go to the nighttime. But now, this is not enough. For we must incorporate sweet dolly magic. What do you know about dolly magic, Dudes Labs? Trick question? Nothing. Next question. Go ahead. What? Alright. Shit, we gotta go like this. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying, man? Listen, if it's one thing I know, it's how to make sense and make a lot of it. Alright, so. Lest thine quill run barren. Lest thine honeysuckle rose, honeycuckle rose. Oh, sweet Lord, help me, Lord. 'Cause now we need to check this out. Let's see how we're done. What the hell's going on here? What is this? Here we go, loosey goosey. Hey, yo. Oh, did I not, yeah, I cleared them out. What the hell? This is bullshit. We're gonna clear all that again. So there I was, setting up the dolly, as we got buck wild, buck nasty and free. From Bunghole Bay to the Guago Sea, daddy. And it doesn't matter, baby! There it is. Nice. Nice to do. Next level shit right here, baby. So should we watch it like this? Or... like this? Yeah, maybe we set the mood, huh? Maybe we set the mood a little bit, huh? Okay. Now that we're here, behold, a tale of beans and betrayal. A tell of tales. A tale of tales, Goku. I don't even know if this will work. GG.
Crashed into the...
Holy Jesus Christ. Okay, chill. Here we go.
Tales from the Funklands. Act 1. The Crumbling Keep.
Jesus Christ.
Far in the southern reaches of the Funklands, there rises a lonely fastness of stone and sorrow, its towers clawing at the sky like the fingers of a sleeper caught in nightmare. Men call it Brangus Castle after the lord who keeps watch within, yet older names whisper still along the wind that skirts its ramparts. On certain nights, when the moon Vreza looms crimson over the plains, the walls seem to bleed, and travelers hasten past with bowed heads, eager to leave both keep and memory behind. Upon one such night, a hush deeper than sleep wrapped every court and corridor. Torches guttered in their brackets, and each flame shivered as though fearing its own light. Along the western walk there once grew a hedge of white roses, but sickness had entered their veins. Now the blossoms blackened where they clung, petals curling inward until they cracked and drifted down like flakes of soot. In the courtyard beyond, a fountain of pale marble stood empty, save for drifts of gray dust that hid the likeness of a mermaid carved upon its bowl. Even the water had fled these halls, finding kinder soil beyond the castle gates. Within the Hall of Echoes, Lord Brangus sat upon a throne of jet and bone, cloaked in iron-colored mail. His helm rested at his feet, for a warrior feels the weight of years more keenly when no battle stirs, and though his shoulders were broad, the mantle of silence pressed upon him. He listened, not for words, but for the beating heart of his realm. What he heard was frail and faltering. Somewhere below, in the twisting vaults about which even the oldest charts spoke seldom, the castle itself was sighing, as if each stone remembered brighter songs now lost. The stewards dared not disturb him save one, and that one feared no watchful gaze but his own reflection. Dirty McCringle, gaunt as a winter crow and twice as clever, slipped between torch shadows with a bundle clutched beneath his patched cloak. He paused at the threshold, bowed low, and held the bundle out. A fragment of parchment peeked from the folds, its ink the color of dried blood. "My lord," he murmured, voice sweet as spoiled wine. "I bring tidings from the villages of Evermist Gap. The malady they name buck fever grows bolder, and the folk cry for aid." Brengus's eyes, pale and hard as new forged steel, lifted from dreaming distance. "Aid," he echoed, tasting the word. "Have we not sent herbs and healers countless times?" "The healers sicken in their turn," McCringle replied. "The herbs wither in their pouches before they cross the fields. Yet there is lore that speaks of darker roots. If we would carve the rot away, we must first know its name." He unfolded the parchment then, revealing lines of quavering script, symbols that crawled like living worms across the page. Brangus recoiled a breath. "That is no lore drawn from our libraries." "The naughty book of secrets is large," said McCringle gently. "Pages wander." He smiled, showing teeth like broken chalk. "This scrap speaks of casting veils upon the land, veils that feed upon fear and bloom into plague. If such a veil has been woven over Funkatron, we may yet unmake it." Brangus frowned. Somewhere deep within the stone, a low tremor stirred, a sound like distantly rolling drums. "Fetch the High Alchemist upper," he commanded at last. "Summon what healers remain. We shall lift this affliction or perish in the labor." McCringle bowed again, yet a shadow danced behind his eyes. He tucked the parchment away, turned, and slipped into the gloom. As he passed along dim passages, he brushed his fingers over cold walls, and where his touch lingered, small runes flickered ember red, then sank again into stone. None saw his smile save the stones themselves. Morning crept unwillingly upon the castle. Pale light filtered through stained glass to spill across flagstones like sour milk. In the outer ward, soldiers gathered in uneasy silence, their mail dull, their banners limp. They bore news of villages emptied overnight, of cattle that wandered north with hollow eyes, of children who coughed petals black as coal. Whispers named the plague, a punishment for forgotten sins. Others spoke of a power older than any mortal throne stirring beneath the world. All fell still when Brangus walked among them, yet even he could not unburden their hearts. He could only promise that hope still lingered, thin but unbroken, within the vault of his will. High above the Bailey Tower, a rook cried once, circling before it flew eastward toward the ever-mist gap, where swirling fog dimmed the horizon. There, beyond sight of mortal eyes, lay the track that would soon bring a traveler of dwarf kind to these troubled halls, for tidings of need travel swifter than iron-shod boots. Yet on this morn, no such comfort was known. Only the hush, the blackened roses, and the silent thrumming of afflicted stone kept vigil with the lord of the keep. And in a chamber buried far beneath the chapel, McCringle unfolded fresh parchment, dipped his quill in ink blacker than night, and began to trace a circle of signs. With each stroke, the castle quivered. A breath of wind sighed through passages and extinguished 23 candles in the lower crypts. Above, Brangus lifted his helm and set it upon his brow, feeling once more the weight of iron and destiny. He did not know that a deeper weight had already been fastened to his heart. Thus the first chord of doom was struck in Brangus Castle, though its echo had yet to reach the ears of those who might answer. For now the roses withered on their stems, the villagers huddled in sickbeds, and the morning wore the color of ash. In the hush, a voice, too faint for waking ears, whispered from crumbling stone, "Seek the brew of awakening, or all shall fall to sorrow." So dawn passed into weary day, and day bent toward twilight. The torches waited to shiver again, the walls to whisper, and Vrisa to rise crimson upon a realm poised upon the brink. Act 2, the Thunder Brew's summons. Across the wide gray leagues that lie between Mount Boogie and the plains of Evermist, Gap there shuffled, stamping, and occasionally singing, a lone figure whose red beard flamed against the pallid morn. Lemmy Pemmy Thunderbrew, son of the Keg Lords and keeper of the Drunken Dragon's secret tap, had set forth at first whisper of Lord Brangus's need, for trouble is a keen draught, and dwarves of good heart will travel far to mend a spoiled brew. About his sturdy shoulders, he wore a cloak of waxed canvas, mottled by old soot and new road dust. On his back, he bore a casque bound with silver hoops and rune-etched staves, the chronicle casque, of which the oldest bar songs speak in awed refrain. Within its hollow slumbered no common ale but a cordial of memory, distilled drop by drop, from tales long told beside hearth fire and helm. The land through which Lemmy trudged bore signs of sickness deeper than the scratches of autumn or the scabs of war. Grass lay flat where unseen feet had pressed it during the night, and many a thorn thicket stood stripped of leaf, as though a feverish wind had suckled its sap. At creekside huts, he found doors barred and windows stuffed with rags soaked in vinegar. Yet from within came the sound of coughing children and the soft weeping of their mothers. Once he raised his voice in greeting, offering draughts of thunder brew from a travel flask, but the folk shrank back, for word of plague makes even charity seem freighted with peril. So he went on, heart heavy under his keg, yet his stride never slackened. On the third evening, he glimpsed Brangus Castle across a field of frost-withered roses. The keep's highest tower gleamed pale within the dying light, but no banners fluttered upon its crown. Only great ravens wheeled there, silent and slow, as though watching for the world's last heartbeat. Lemmy felt the chronicle cask vibrate, not in fear, but in warning, for the vessel was forged to answer sorrow wherever it brewed. He pressed on, crunching petals that crumbled like charcoal beneath his boots. At the gate, a pair of guards met him. Their helms rhymed with the same black dust that caked the roses. They peered down doubtful visors, yet when he spoke his name, their mien softened. For even in these shadowed days, the renown of Thunderbrew craft carried weight. With halting courtesy, they led him through passages lit by meager lanterns. The stone breathed cold about them, whispering drafts that smelled of damp archives and old grief. They brought him at last to the Hall of Echoes. There, upon the jet throne, sat Lord Brangus, helm-clad once more. Torches flared as Lemmy strode forward and bowed low. Lemmy Pemmy Thunderbrew at your service, my lord, and at the service of all who dwell in sorrow. Brangus inclined his head. His eyes showed neither pride nor welcome, only a stern fatigue. You have walked far. Speak quickly, for the hours hasten and my people fade. So Lemmy set the chronicle cask before the dais and with reverent care loosed its iron locks. A faint golden scent rose, sweet as distant harvest. This vessel, he said, was seasoned with the chronicles of many lands. A single sip can mend the mind's weariness, yet it is no idle cordial. Its virtue blossoms only where fellowship is not forgotten. If rot be eating the heart of your realm, my lord, then I beg leave to seek its root, else any draught I offer will prove thin. At these words, a shiver like a drawn blade ran through the hall. From behind, a pillar stepped Dirty McCringle, hands folded within sleeves, the color of dried blood. You're concerned as you credit, Master Dwarf, he said, voice purring over the flagstones. Yet time is a luxury no longer poured in our cups. A potion compounded this very night might curb the buck fever before dawn. You carry skill and rare elixirs. Give them freely, and we shall speak of quests thereafter. Lemmy regarded him, noting the hollow beneath the steward's cheekbones and the quick, glimmering eyes that never quite met his own. Brews brewed in haste oft brew ill, he answered, and cures forced too harshly tend to twist what they were meant to heal. Let me first taste the water of your wells, tread the rose fields, speak with the sick, then shall I know how best to pour hope. McCringle's lips curled, yet he bowed. As you wish, I will myself conduct you. The keep hides nooks even our lord forgets. Brangus, whose gaze had drifted to the shadowed arches, stirred. So be it. Master Thunderbrew, my key and kinsman are at your bidding. Yet mark this, every hour the roses shed more black petals, and every petal is a life. Stand not on ceremony. Lemmy bowed once more. I will stand only upon truth. Thus began a strange wandering through the corridors of Brangus Castle. McCringle led with slow steps, lantern held low, and behind came Lemmy, shouldering the chronicle cask, its staves faintly aglow. They passed chambers where scribes once bent over tomes, now fallen silent beneath mold-flecked scrolls, stables where steeds stamped restlessly, though their eyes were milk-pale, chapels whose candles guttered in unseen drafts. In each place, Lemmy knelt, brushed the stone, and listened. He heard a tremor running beneath the masonry, a steady pulse like a distant drum muffled by earth, and from deep within the keep, there drifted now and again a sighing note, mournful and half musical, as though somewhere a vast harp of bone had been plucked by weary hands. At length, they came to a narrow stair, corkscrewing down into gloom. The lantern's light slithered along walls, slick with moisture. At the foot of the stair yawed a low archway, its lintel carved with symbols Lemmy did not know, though their curves sent prickles along his skin. Beyond lay a corridor, and down that corridor welled a smell of roses, sweet yet rank, like blossoms left too long in the grave. McCringle paused upon the threshold. "Few walk here," he murmured. "These vaults were sealed in the first days of Brangus's rule, for they burrow close to the castle's heart. Some say the stones remember every sorrow ever spoken within these walls, and sing them back in dreams." "Stones do more than remember," Lemmy replied. He lifted the cask from his back and touched its rim to the floor. Instantly, a soft amber glow spread, bathing the passage in honey light. Words flickered across the lintel as though inked anew. "Seek the singing stone, for plague is the echo of pride." McCringle exhaled, the lantern trembling in his grasp. "Wizardry," he hissed, though with whether disdain or wonder Lemmy could not tell. "Lore," the dwarf corrected, eyes narrowing. He began forward, but the steward caught his arm. "Another path first," McCringle urged, voice low. "Come, let us look to the outer wards. The sickness creeps fastest there." Lemmy studied him and saw beads of sweat upon the man's brow despite the chill. Yet he nodded, hefted the cask once more, and allowed himself to be guided away. He had read enough riddles in ale foam to know that a straight road rarely leads to the deepest well, so they climbed again toward daylight. Yet though their feet ascended, Lemmy's mind sank downward, following that faint harp note into the unknown dark. There, he thought, lies the root of the rot, and perhaps a rose still unspoiled. He resolved that come what may, he would tread once more those sealed stairs, even should every torch gutter and McCringle himself bar the way. For the chronicle cask had tasted the air of that passage, and its runes now glimmered as if eager for a draught yet unpoured. Outside, the wind shifted. From villages beyond the gates rose a new wailing, thin and desperate, borne upon wings of dust. Lord Brangus heard it from the high tower and clenched gauntleted fists. Night would fall soon, and with night, the buck fever marched. Only a dwarf with stories in a cask walked between the kingdom and despair, and already the shadows of Brangus Castle were stirring like hands that reach to tip the vessel before the first drop may pass any mortal lips. Act 3, Shadow Stirring. Twilight stole across the Funklands, painting the sky in dusky indigos while thin stars trembled at the rims of oncoming cloud. Within Brangus Castle, the torches had been kindled, yet their glow seemed cowed, as if each flame feared to trespass beyond its iron sconce. Lemmy Pemmy Thunderbrew, sleepless since his arrival, stood upon a parapet that faced the ever-mist gap. Far below the outer walls, he saw movement along the north road. Dim lanterns bobbed like fireflies adrift on a sea of gloom. Presently, the ward horns sounded and the gates creaked open. A modest train of crystal-lined wagons crept into the courtyard, wheels crunching over petals black as cinders. At their head rode Broby Gearson, third son of Old Man Gearson, short of stature yet broad of shoulder, helm plumed in forest green. Perched upon the high backboard of the first wagon hovered Bibi the Sprite, a mote of living dawn, whose wings flickered emerald and gold. About them huddled farmers, millers, and ragged children. All bore the gray pallor of buck fever, yet none had surrendered to its final chill. Lemmy descended the stair two at a time. "Broby," he called, and the dwarf's greeting rang hearty against stone. Yet Broby's eyes held a shadow. "Evermist villages have emptied," he said quietly. "Folks speak of voices that drift through mist at night, calling them by name. Those who answer do not return." He set a hand on the haft of his axe. "The mist followed us here. See how the roses hush beneath it." Bibi fluttered to Lemmy's shoulder. Her glow, warm as hearth fire, pushed the gloom back a little, yet could not cleanse it. "Every mile the dark grew thicker," she whispered. "Something at the heart of these walls drinks the life from earth and sky, and it is growing thirsty." The refugees were guided into the lesser hall, where long tables once groaned beneath feast platters. Now they offered little more than crusts and thin broth, yet even that fare drew grateful murmurs. Lemmy filled a cup from the chronicle cask and pressed it upon a coughing child. A faint honey hue bloomed in the boy's cheeks, and his breath eased. Hope kindled round the benches like sparks leaping from tinder, though outside the wind moaned in barren rose hedges. Lord Brangus came late to the hall, helm removed, silver-streaked hair unbound. His gaze softened at sight of the refugees, then hardened again when he saw how wan they were despite the sprite light. McCringle slipped at his heel, eyes glittering, lips curved in a thin smile that never reached his cheeks. "These walls are stout," Brangus told the weary folk, his voice a tempered bell. "Rest here tonight and fear no wandering mist." Yet even as he spoke, the chandeliers quivered. From unseen corridors drifted a murmur, a chant in a tongue older than these stones, measured and breathless, like monks repeating a single unending petition. The sound seeped beneath doors and rang faintly in window glass. Children clutched their mothers, men gripped table edges. A hush fell. Bibi's wings flared brighter. "That is no mortal prayer," she breathed. McCringle bowed, unperturbed. "Only the wind through forgotten cloisters," he said. But Lemmy saw his fingers tighten about a parchment roll tucked beneath his sleeve. When the tumult passed, Brangus ordered heavy shutters barred and placed sentries at each threshold. Yet the chanting did not cease. It receded, then swelled again as if roaming the corridors, seeking a listening heart. That midnight Lemmy stole from his chamber, Bibi flitting ahead to guide him. Broby joined them, axe on shoulder, for where one Gearson treads peril, seldom lingers far behind. Together they descended to the vaults where hours earlier McCringle had turned him aside. The sealed lintel greeted their lamplight, its warning runes now smoldering a sullen red. They pressed on. A narrow passage opened into a cavernous crypt whose pillars leaned like drunken sentinels. Upon each pillar spiraled carvings of roses entwined with chains, and from every blossom trailed veins of black sap that seeped across ceiling and floor, converging upon a stone dais at the chamber's heart. There stood an ancient harp of bone, strung with strands that looked spun from moonlight. No mortal breath stirred the strings, yet they thrummed with the same chant that haunted the halls above. Lemmy's pulse quickened. Here beats the hidden heart, he murmured. He lifted the chronicle cask. Its staves glowed bright amber, then dulled as though strangled by unseen roots. Broby traced a rune with his gauntlet. These chains mock the Bean Warden's sigil, he growled. Someone has twisted their lore. Bibi darted nearer, her glow bathing the harp. Where the sprite light touched, the bone darkened and cracked. Sour vapors hissed forth. The chant faltered, rose again, then split into discordant voices wailing in despair. Behind them a soft laugh echoed. Dirty McCringle stepped from shadow, lantern low, parchment unfurled in his hand. Symbols writhed upon the page like worms in loam. Curious souls, he purred, wandering where kings themselves dare not linger. Broby moved between McCringle and Lemmy, axe raised. Your heel drips with plague sap, steward. Speak quick or be still. McCringle's smile widened. I speak through others now. He lifted the parchment and sang a single word. The bone harp answered. Pillars shuddered, black chains writhed. From fissures in the floor rose figures clad in antique mail, visors sealed, roses of ash blooming across their breastplates. Their eyes glowed ember red. Canker Knights, whispered Bibi, her radiance flickering. Lemmy uncorked the chronicle cask. Golden mist billowed, weaving a dome round the three companions. Where mist met chain, a hiss of pain rang out and fragments of rust burst into sparks. Yet the Canker Knights pressed forward, swords dripping black sap. McCringle retreated up the stair, chanting anew. Stone groaned overhead, dust cascaded. Fight if you must, his voice echoed. Every drop of hope you spend feeds the root beneath, and the harp will sing sweeter for your folly. With a cry, Broby hewed the first knight. Axe met, sap steel, showering sparks of green fire. Bibi shot upward, tracing circles of pure light that seared the air. Lemmy braced the cask upon his hip, splashing its brew against taloned gauntlets. Those touched faltered, yet each blow drained the cask's glow further. The chant of the harp rose into a shriek. Chains lashed from the pillars like living whips, striking at sprite and dwarf alike. A loop caught Broby's arm, dragging him toward the dais where sap pooled thick as tar. He gritted his teeth, but the fetter burned cold. Lemmy surged forward, slamming the cask upon the chain. Staves cracked, amber liquid burst forth in a sheet of golden rain. The chain recoiled, hissing, and Broby staggered free. Yet the chronicle cask lay split, its contents puddling upon the stones. The dome of mist guttered, dwindling. Silence fell. The Canker Knights withdrew into the gloom as if satisfied. The harp's voice sank to a low murmur, almost tender, crooning some lullaby of ruin. Bibi's light flickered weakly. The cask is broken, she whispered. Its stories bleed away. Broby clasped Lemmy's shoulder. We live yet, and there are more tales in our lungs than in any barrel, he said grimly. We must quit this place before it drinks our final breath. They turned, bearing the remnants of the cask, and climbed the stair. Above, they found corridors empty, torches dark. Somewhere distant, a bell tolled once, then ceased as if choked. The night smelled of roses turned to rot. When at last they reached the great court, dawn's first gray light seeped over the battlements. Lord Brangus stood alone beside the fountain's dry bowl, sword bare, eyes upon the horizon where clouds boiled black and bruise purple. He spoke without turning. Something within these walls has awakened, he said. I feel it drawing the breath of every stone. What did you find below? Lemmy answered, voice rough. Chains upon roses, a harp of bone that sings plague, and a steward who is no steward at all. He knelt, offering the shattered staves. My cask lies ruined, yet hope is not wholly spilt. There is a deeper root, my lord, and we have cut only a thorn. Brengus closed his eyes, and for a heartbeat, the weight of ages bent his shoulders. Then he sheathed his sword. This eve we ride the length of my lands, he said. If rot be in the root, we shall hew to the core. Far above, ravens wield their wings ink strokes upon a storm-laden sky. The first breath of dawn carried with it a distant chorus, half song, half lament. Bibi shivered. Lemmy tightened the straps of his pack. Broby laid one hand upon his hammer haft. Somewhere in the vaults below, the bone harp whispered once more, a note like the cracking of ice upon a winter river, and the petals in the courtyard trembled, as though remembering what life felt like before the frost. Act 4, Revelations in the Vault. Noon passed like a swallowed sigh, rain swept in from the west and drummed upon Brangus Castle so that the tower seemed lost in a shroud of falling silver. Within those echoing walls, Lord Brangus gathered Lemmy, Broby, and Bibi in a chamber seldom opened. The lanterns in that place were few, and their light behaved as if uncertain where it ought to linger, for the very air smelled of secrets long kept and ill at ease to be woken. I have shown few this door, Brangus said, touching the handle of beaten bronze. The gallery lies beyond. Once I walked there for strength, but of late the songs within have grown silent, and I fear the silence more than any cry. Lemmy bowed his head. Then let us look together, my lord, for silence can hide either death or birth, and we must learn which. The door sighed open upon a spiral stair that wound far downward, deeper even than the crypt where the bone harp stirred. The steps were smooth with age, and faint runes glimmered beneath the grime, as if fragments of long-forgotten starlight had been caught in the stone and left to fade. When at last they reached the foot of the stair, a hall stretched before them broad as any throne room, though no pillar bore its roof. Instead, the vault above seemed woven of root-like arches that met and crossed in a lattice of pale stone. Between those arches hung vast frescoes, each a window upon another hour of the world. Bibi's light kindled brighter, and dust stirred from the floor as though greeting her glow. She flew close to the nearest painting, wings humming. There she beheld Lord Brangus in his youth, helm unscarred, sword raised against a swarm of smoke wraiths along the banks of Deeb Lake. The colors were strong, the lines unbroken, and a hush of awe fell upon them all. Yet when they approached the second mural, a chill crept into their hearts. The scene upon that wall showed Brangus lifting wounded sprites from wreckage set aflame by flame drakes. Yet half the colors had drained away. The sky in the painting was a sickly gray, and where bright wings of sprite landsfolk should have gleamed, only pallid smears remained, and so it went. Each mural they viewed lay dimmer than the last, until they came to one near the farthest arch that was nigh erased, shapes barely guessed beneath a veil of ashen dust. In its center a shadow gaped, where once must have stood the Lord himself, but the figure was gone, leaving only a hollow outline that seemed to drink the lantern light. Brangus reached toward the wall, but his gauntlet passed into cold emptiness. He staggered back as though stung. "A thief of memory walks these halls," he said. "What sorcery feeds upon a man's very deeds?" Broby's hand found the haft of his axe. "Sorcery named Steward," he muttered. They pressed onward until the hall expanded into a circular vault. In its center rose a dais of marble, and upon the dais stood an iron tripod bearing a crystal basin. From the rim of that basin, thin streams of color trickled downward, hues drawn from unseen corners of the vault, flowing like water, yet shining like the fragments of a broken rainbow. Those streams met at the basin's heart, where the colors coiled into a dark whirlpool, then seeped through a narrow spout into a silver phial, clutched by a single figure. Dirty McCringle stood robed in crimson, parchment unfurled in one hand, the other steady upon the phial. Words in a harsh tongue dripped from his lips, each syllable striking the marble with the weight of iron nails. He did not turn when Brangus called his name, but the parchment brightened, sigils writhing as if alive. "McCringle," Brangus cried, voice ringing against the arches, "cease this plunder and look upon what you have wrought." Only then did the steward lift his head, eyes glittering green like glass, chilled in winter. "Plunder, my lord? I would say preservation." He raised the phial, and swirls of color eddied within, though the mixture had grown dim as smoldering ash. "These pretty paintings were rusting away long before I came. I merely gather what their stones can no longer guard. Power wasted is power lost." "The power is not yours to gather," Lemmy said, stepping forward. He steadied the broken staves of the chronicle cask at his belt. Relics now, but still marked by runes of comfort. "These memories belong to the land and to the hearts of folk who trusted this keep." McCringle laughed, a thin, dry rasp. "Do you imagine their trust will outlive them? Buck fever eats the flesh, then the mind, and last of all the deeds. When the final villager falls, who will recall noble Brangus of the southern marches? Only the steward who safeguarded such light, and I shall wield it as I please." At those words, the streams quickened. Colors fled the murals in ragged ribbons, and darkness spread behind them like ink poured into water. Brangus strode to the dais, sword drawn, but chains of blackened rosereed erupted from the marble, coiling round his limbs. He fought, yet the enchanted bonds clung like molten iron. Broby charged, axe flashing, and cleaved two coils apart. Lemmy hurled the remains of his cask. Splinters struck the basin's edge, and chips of crystal fell away. At once the whirlpool faltered, hues tumbling out like escaping birds. BB darted through the air, trailing sparks that seared the black vines. McCringle hissed a curse and thrust his parchment high. The sigils upon it flared, summoning a tide of gray mist. From that mist emerged the Canker Knights, silent and terrible, armor wet with sap. Their blades glowed with sickly light. Chaos filled the gallery. The Boneheart below seemed to answer, its dirge rising through the stones until the vault quaked. Murals cracked along their seams. Whole fragments of Brangus's youth peeled away, consumed by dust. Lemmy saw the steward backing toward a side passage, phial clutched to his chest. With sudden resolve, he drew a small flask from his belt, the last remnant of the ember brew he had saved since Mount Boogie days. He hurled it. The flask shattered against the basin, and for a breath, the air rang with warmth like ripe grain under sun. Golden light flooded the tripod, searing the streams clean. McCringle cried out as the whirlpool collapsed and color erupted in a wave. It swept across the vault, racing back up the ribbons toward the murals, painting them anew with furious speed. But the surge did not mend alone. It struck the Canker Knights, and their sap steel hissed, corroding into pitted rust. Armor clanged to the floor, empty of life, yet the victory cost dear. Marble popped, and fissures yawned across the dais as if the vault had been hollowed by grief. A A roar like far thunder rolled beneath their feet. Dust rained, pillars moaned. McCringle lurched through the side arch, one arm shielding his eyes, still gripping the damaged file that now leaked a thin, smoking residue. BB spun after him, but a slab of ceiling crashed between, flinging her back. "Leave him," Brangus called, voice cracked with dust. "The castle fails." "We must flee or be entombed with our memories." They fled the gallery by the spiral stair, murals blazing with fresh life behind them, though many showed new scars where color had never returned. Stones trembled. Far below, the bone harp shrieked, strings snapping one by one. At last they burst into the upper halls, and there Captain TC Poole and Thorin Oak Keg met them, garbed for war, eyes wide at the tremors. "The sky skiff touched down not a moment too soon," Poole said, steadying Lemmy with one hand while the other hovered over his loot. "What root of ruin have you unearthed that the very walls quake in wrath?" Brangus lifted his sword, blade dark with fallen dust. "A root bound by roses and watered with stolen deeds, yet not sundered entire. McCringle has fled into deeper dark with a shard of that power. This storm will break harder before dawn." Then Thorin hefted a stout barrel, etched with fresh runes. "If dawn must wrestle storm, let it do so with stout heart," he said. "Here is new brewed hope, and it seeks companions bold." They turned toward the courtyard where the wind roared like a beast denied. Above, lightning flickered in clouds that bore the hue of bruised violet, and somewhere in those clouds, the ravens cried in wheeling fury. The castle stones beneath their feet still trembled, but the murals in their silent gallery now shone with fragile light, refusing at the last to forget. Yet far below the keep, in passages unwalked by any honest foot, a steward's footsteps fled ever downward, and the file at his breast pulsed with a livid glow, as if it carried in its heart the echo of an unfinished song. Act 5. The Brewing of Hope. Storm clouds crouched upon the battlements, their bellies lit by hidden fire, and a wind like the breath of deep caverns coursed through every court of Brangus Castle. Yet within the armory of heralds, a gentler glow was kindling. Thorin Oak Keg, master cooper of Melody Mountains, had rolled his newest vessel beneath the high vault. Oak staves shone with fresh runes, and a scented warmth drifted from the bunghole, hinting of honeyed malt and summer orchards. Captain TC Poole knelt beside the barrel, head bent in quiet song. Each soft chord he drew from his silver-strung lute lingered in the air like the memory of sunrise. Lemmy Pemmy Thunderbrew stood opposite, steadying a shattered stave of the chronicle cask upon an anvil. Though the stave was cracked, glimmers yet pulsed in its grain, for the wood remembered every tale it had once held. BB hovered above them, scattering motes of sprite light into the shadows, while Broby Gearson watched the doors with axe ready. Lord Brangus alone remained absent, walking the ramparts to muster such defenders as plague and despair had spared. Thorin set his palm atop a rune near the cask's hoop. "Here sleeps the ember brew of awakening," he said. "It was racked only 7 days past and knows little of these sorrows. Yet poured true, it may still find the heart of the folk." Lemmy raised the broken stave. "Then let new song meet old memory. The chronicle wood may lend the brew a voice strong enough to shake the rot." They wedged the stave across the barrel's vent, sealed it with beeswax, and bound the joint in silver wire. BB traced the wire with fingers of light until each loop glowed amber. Poole's chords slipped into harmony with the humming wire. weaving music through oak and rune alike. Slowly the barrel stirred. A tremor passed along its staves. Runes brightened from drowsy red to fierce gold. From the tap, a single drop fell, splashing upon the flagstone. Where it landed, the gray dust receded, and a green shoot sprang up, tender yet unafraid of the dimness. Broby gave a low whistle. If one drop can wake stone, a cup might rouse a kingdom. Yet he had scarce spoken when a clang echoed in the corridor. Brangus strode in, rain glistening on his mail, face grim beneath the helm. "McCringle haunts the lower yard," he said, voice tight. "He rallies shadows against us. Already the outer wall listens to his worm tongue, and parts of it have begun to crumble." Poole rose, slinging the loot across his back. "Then we carry hope to the courtyard, before rot eats the threshold." Thorin drew a mallet, broke the seal, and filled a dozen stout flagons. Each he stoppered with cork and tied to his belt. Lemmy hefted the barrel itself onto a two-wheeled cart left from feasting days. Broby and Poole seized the shafts, and together they pushed into the stair hall, with BB darting ahead as scout. Rain beat through shattered clear stories, but the bruised glow pushed back the gloom. Wherever the cart passed, mold shrank. Roses paled from black to soft gray, and soldiers leaning sick against the wall lifted their heads in sudden wonder. Lemmy paused to pour sips for each. Faces quickened with color, coughs quieted, and in their eyes flickered the first sparks of will. Out in the grand courtyard, dusk churned like smoke. The broken fountain had become a pool of tar, and upon its rim stood dirty McCringle, cloak whipping in the gale. In his raised hand, the cracked phial glimmered with stolen colors. Behind him loomed the gates of the bailey, half open and weeping dust. Ranking before those gates, shoulder to hollow shoulder, stood a host of canker knights. Their helms were dull iron masks with no eyes, yet each sword burned black-green as bog fire. McCringle's voice carried through the rain. "You bring lantern light to a hearth long gone cold. Give me the barrel, and I shall spare the folk one more night beneath their tatters." Lemmy stepped forward, beard sodden, hands upon the tap. "Take one drop and awake to mercy. The brew was not poured for tyranny." The steward sneered. "Mercy spoils swiftly in this age, but fear endures." He flung the phial skyward. It burst in a storm of color that rained down like shards of glass. Where each shard struck, roses withered into briars and cobbles cracked. Broby's roar answered the shatter. He charged, axe cleaving a path. Poole leapt upon the cart, strumming a wild clash of chords that rang as bright as bells. Soldiers who had tasted the brew lifted their pikes and surged behind him. BB rose high, her glow swelling until she shone like a shard of fallen star. She poured that radiance into the ember brew, and golden vapor spilled forth, covering the yard in sweet, warm haze. The canker knights faltered. Sap hissed where the haze touched. Thorin rolled barrel and cart straight toward the fountain. Lemmy loosed the tap and let the brew cascade into the tar. Instantly, the black pool seethed, its foul mirror broken by rings of light. Up from the fountain's heart rose a column of amber steam, twisting skyward. Rain hissed upon it and turned to scented mist. McCringle shrieked, retreating, but too late. Colors he had stolen fled his cloak like birds freed from a cage, swirling into the steam. With each fleeing ribbon his figure dimmed, robes bleaching to ashen rag. He stumbled toward the gate, calling for the knights, yet the haze clung to their armor, eating sap steel to rust. Still the storm above thundered, and the bones of the castle groaned. Brangus forced a path to the cart, helped Thorin steady the dwindling barrel, and drank the last cup himself. Strength settled on him like forgotten mail, and from his blade leapt a clean white flame. All seemed one, yet at that very heartbeat, the flagstones split. The shattered harp beneath the keep answered with a final scream. Through the crack burst a hand wrought of black rosewood and dripping with cold light. Then came a second hand, and between them a visage emerged, half mask, half bloom. From it issued a voice unearthly yet familiar. Hope tastes sweet, it said, but the deep root drinks darker draughts. The column of steam faltered. BB's radiance flickered like a candle in a gust. Lemmy reached for the tap, but found the barrel empty, its magic spent. Poole's cord died on the strings as the air thickened with thorned shadow. Broby planted his feet at the rent stone, axe ready though the blade trembled. Brangus set flame-bright sword beside him. Thorin raised the splintered stave, fashioning it into cudgel. BB hovered close to Lemmy's brow, casting a fragile halo. Across the courtyard, McCringle, half phantom now, laughed with a voice hollow as an empty chalice. "So ends your cup of comfort," he called. "Drink now the bitter lees." Then the rosewood horror heaved itself full into the night, dragging a crown of thorns the height of 3 men. Clouds swallowed the moon, and the raven cries fell silent. In that silence, hope shone only in the eyes of those few who yet stood, barrel spent, but spirits unbroken, upon the ragged stones of a keep, caught between memory and ruin. Act 6. The Siege of Spirits. A hush fell upon the courtyard as the rosewood monstrosity hauled itself into the storm-lit air. Its body was wrought of thorned trunks grown to the likeness of a knight, yet the grain of the wood wept a sluggish black reason. In its breast glimmered the last shards of the stolen murals, turning slow as embers in a dying brazier. A crown of living briar surmounted the eyeless helm, and every barb dripped the same rank sap that fouled the canker knight's blades. Dirty McCringle, little more than a ragged phantom, lifted both arms in triumph. "Behold the heart root," he cried. "It was planted when pride first cracked these stones, and now it claims its harvest." Lightning burst above him. The rain became a volley of needles, for the drops that touched the heart root hardened to sleet and hissed away as steam. Damp gusts that had smelled of honey moments before now reeked of turned earth and graves left open. The muster of the bold Brangus planted his flame-bright sword at the breach where the stones had split. At his left stood Broby Gearson, axe rimed in rust, yet held steady. Thorin Oak Keg hefted the splintered stave of Lemmy's ruined cask, while Lemmy himself settled both hands upon the empty barrel cart, as though by sheer will he might draw one further draught from its staves. BB circled above, her dwindling light a lone star in the murk. Captain Poole placed his back to the shattered fountain, fingers poised upon the lute strings. Around them, the last of the garrison gathered, soldiers who had tasted hope from Thorin's flagons. Yet on the opposite side of the court, the untouched blackguard shuffled, helms bowing toward McCringle as if to a new master. Their hearts wavered between oaths sworn in sunlight and temptations offered in gloom. McCringle's whisper traveled the rain like a worm through apple flesh. "Lay down your arms and the fever will pass you by. Stand with these dreamers and share their doom." Several helms turned his way, yet before the first knee could bend, Poole struck a chord clean as dawn. The note rang off the keep and rolled through the ranks like a tide of waking memory. Where it passed, the soldiers recalled bread shared beside quiet hearths, remembered children who waited beyond the plague. Many straightened, some raised blades toward the heartroot, the first assault. The heartroot answered with a roar that was neither wood nor wind. Thorn limbs crashed into the flagstones, shattering them. At the monster's summons, the fallen sap of canker knights oozed together and rose anew, reshaping into warped warriors whose armor smoked where Thorn's brew had touched. They surged. Broby met the foremost with a bellow. His axe clove a knight from helm to hauberk. Sap spattered, sizzled, and cooled to brittle ash. Lemmy flung the empty barrel upon another, crushing helm and cuirass alike. When the stave shattered, Thorin seized both halves and wielded them like cudgels, runes flashing whenever wood struck foul steel. Bibi darted between foes, her glow flaring each time dark sap sought to cling to dwarf mail or mortal flesh. Yet every burst dimmed her wings. At last she hovered before the heartroot itself, tracing sigils of pure gold upon the air. Light bit deep into bark, and the monster reeled, but with the blow a shower of black thorns struck the sprite. Her radiance flared white, then guttered. She faltered, falling like a wounded moth toward the ruined fountain. Poole's arm swept out. With a quick step, he caught her in a fold of cloak, then set her gently upon the fountain's rim. His lute hand trembled not from fear, but from wrath. He turned back to the fray, head bowed, and drew from the strings a melody none there had heard. It was a camp song of far-off thunderbrew feasts, yet beneath its grace burned a fury, fierce as warfire. The very rain seemed to dance to its rhythm, and where droplets caught the music they shone like sparks. Turning of the Black Guard. The Black Guard, hearts still wavering, heard the song and felt the flame within its notes. One by one their spears lowered from trembling readiness to measured salute. The captain of their company strode forward, helm cast off to bear a scarred brow. "Lord Brangus," he cried, "our oaths remain yours if your cause still beats for the living." Brangus lifted his sword in answer. A cheer rose, thin but unbroken. The guard wheeled against the canker knights, shield walls clashing in a flare of sparks and shivered sap. Though many fell, the line held. McCringle shrieked as the tide turned. He flung the tatters of his cloak into the air, and from them swarmed shadows, each shaped like a rose petal, but edged with razors of night. The storm of petals whirled toward Poole, seeking the heart of the song. Poole struck a chord so sudden and sharp that strings snapped, yet the note blossomed into a shield of sound. The deadly petal shattered upon it, dissolving to wind-borne dust. The cup refilled. Yet victory hung by a thread. The heartroot still towered unbowed, and Bibi's light guttered low. Thorn knelt beside her, tears lost in the rain. Lemmy saw and felt his own courage waver. Then his hand closed upon something cold within his pouch. He drew forth the last unbroken hoop from the chronicle cask, a simple ring of silver which had once bound tales together. He pressed it to Bibi's brow. "Little sister of light, lend this ring a story worth the telling, and it will pour hope once more." Bibi's wings twitched. A single spark leapt from her fingertips into the silver. The ring glowed. Lemmy slipped it over the barrel's tap pipe, sealing splintered seams with a flash of molten light. Rain hissed against fresh oak. From within the empty staves rose a hum, low at first, then round as a chant of homestead hearths. A golden droplet formed at the tap and fell into Lemmy's palm. It shone like the first drop ever coaxed from the ember brew. With reverence, he lifted the drop to his lips, and as it touched, he spoke a brief prayer. The droplet became a breath of gold mist, swirling around him, then drifting over Thorin, Broby, Poole, and Brangus. The mist spread, fine as morning sun rays through orchard leaves. Wherever it settled, wounds knit, breath steadied, and eyes grew bright. Broby roared anew. Thorin rose, brandishing his twin staves that now shone like tempered bronze. Poole drew a spare string from a hidden pocket, laced it swift across the lute, and struck fresh chords. Brangus strode forward, sword blazing so fiercely that raindrops flashed to steam before they kissed the blade. Breaking the root. Together the five pressed upon the heart root. Axe bit bark, staves battered thorn, song scoured dark sap from wounded grain, and the Lord's flame carved a path toward the monster's core. At last Lemmy hurled the reforged barrel ring like a discus. It sliced through briar crown and lodged deep within the monster's breast, right where the shards of stolen memories still spun. For a heartbeat the world held its breath. Then the ring flared brilliant gold. Memories of past valor, once caged, poured outward in a flood of light. They flashed across the courtyard, into the murals above, into the hearts of every soldier still standing. The heart root staggered, sap gushing in dark torrents, roots thrashing like dying serpents. McCringle gave a cry, half despair, half rage. He ran, cloak flapping toward the shimmering ravine where the earth had cracked, calling upon shadows to hide him. The heart root, mortally wounded yet unbroken in will, lurched after like a fallen king seeking final refuge. Its roots speared the ground, splitting flagstones as it dragged itself and the fleeing steward toward the yawning cleft. Brangus would have pursued, but the great tower behind him groaned. Stones slipped from their courses. The battlements began to lean. With a shout, he ordered a retreat to the inner ward. The defenders obeyed, bearing their wounded. Broby and Thorin dragged the empty barrel cart, for its wood still glimmered with promise. Poole bore BB close, her light faint, yet steady. From the brink of the courtyard, they looked back. The heartroot reached the edge of the abyss and toppled, clutching McCringle in thorny embrace. Both vanished into the chasm. A gust of wind, cold and rank, swept upward, carrying a distant echo of McCringle's last scream. Then silence claimed the storm, and the rain slackened to a weary drizzle. Aftermath at dusk. The keep stood, though wounded. Towers leaned, walls cracked, yet the roses at the gate glimmered a pale red once more rather than black. In the quiet that followed, Lemmy set the battered barrel upright. The staves no longer hummed, yet the wood smelled of summer again. Brangus looked upon his people, their number sorely thinned, yet flushed with a hope that had been absent for many moons. He sheathed his sword and spoke. This day we have won only the first thrust of a longer war. The heart root has fallen, yet its echo lies deep, and McCringle's schemes may outlive his breath. Gather strength, for ere the next moon is full, we must ascend into that ravine and finish the work. Thorin nodded, tapping the barrel with care. Then let us see what song of courage can be coaxed from these staves once they rest beneath kinder skies. Poole released a breath, turning his gaze to the rent earth. The tale dives deeper, friends, but tales unfinished still yearn for endings bright. We shall follow. BB opened her eyes, faint light flickering. Then fly we must, she whispered. For in the depths the castle's shadow has only begun to dream. Thus closed the siege of spirits. Night crept across the Funklands, yet the torches of Brangus Castle burned on, and within their light, heroes planned a journey that would lead beneath broken stone, through caverns where memory and shadow lay knotted like roots of the same thorny rose. Act 7. The Mirror of Regret. The rains passed away at last, leaving a hush broken only by streams that trickled from shattered gutters. Pale light seeped through torn clouds, yet the sun itself seemed unwilling to gaze upon the wounded keep. In the courtyard, the defenders stacked splintered pikes and gathered their fallen, speaking in low voices, for each man and woman felt that the battle's root still thrummed beneath their feet. It was Lemmy Pemmy Thunderbrew who found Lord Brangus alone upon the terrace above the grand stair. The Lord's mail was tarnished where sap had scorched the rings, and his sword lay across his knees. Beyond the parapet, the shimmering ravine gaped, black and bottomless, veiled now in wreaths of steam that rose from the Heartroot's tomb. "My lord," said Lemmy, setting aside his helm, "you carry a weight that no helm can soften. Before the morrow we must lift it, else the burden will bow every soul who stands beneath your walls." Brangus did not meet the dwarf's eyes. "We slew the wood ghost and broke McCringle's snare, yet I feel no triumph, only empty hollows where pride once dwelt. What hope remains when a man's deeds are used to poison the land he swore to guard?" "Hope is a stubborn brew," Lemmy answered. "I have tasted it in moldy cellars and seen it flare bright in hearts one sip from despair. Come, there is yet a chamber below whose tale is unfinished. Let us look upon it together." They descended by torchlight, joined on the stair by Broby Gearson and Captain Poole. Thorin bore the battered barrel hoop upon which Bibi now perched, her glow faint but warm. When the gallery door opened, the torches faltered as though reluctant to cross the threshold. The murals they had rescued blazed with renewed color, yet cracks spidered across their surfaces, for the stone remembered both harm and healing. As they passed each panel, Brangus slowed, drinking in scenes from his youth. The day he wrested a prodigious warg from the streets of Boomtown, the night he shielded refugees beneath Evermist Gap, the hour he swore fealty to the Fellowship of Funk beneath stars that once shone brighter. At last they reached the final arch where the painting had vanished. In its place hung an oblong mirror, rimmed in tarnished silver. No brush had placed it there. The mirror stood as if summoned by sorrow itself. Lemmy held out the barrel hoop. "The ring that bound tales together still carries one drop of ember brew. Pour it upon the frame and learn what lesson waits." Brangus took the hoop. A single bead of gold clung to the inner rim, trembling like dew. He pressed it to the mirror's edge. Light rippered across the glass, and mist coiled upon its surface. The gallery shuddered. Within the mist, Brangus beheld a younger visage, helm lifted high, eyes alight with wonder rather than dread. The mirror Brangus strode through blossom-strewn fields, laughing beside comrades long buried. Then the vision darkened. Storms gathered. The young warrior took crown and keep, yet his smile faded, replaced by the cold mask of the present. Behind him roses blackened and walls wept tar, the Lord's breath caught. He reached toward the glass, fingertips brushing the surface. At his touch, the image changed again. The older Brangus knelt before villagers who lay ill, placing a hand on each brow. Where his gauntlet touched the sick, pale blossoms opened and color returned to wan cheeks. Beyond that gentle scene, the sky cleared and banners fluttered clean and bright. A voice soft as falling petals drifted from the mirror. "Deeds forgotten may yet be done anew." Brangus sank to one knee. "I have let ghosts of glory blind me. If there is a road back to grace, show it, and I shall walk until the soles of my boots wear to dust. The mirror brightened until the silver frame hissed and split. From its heart burst a single white rose, petaled and perfect, untouched by rot. It floated into Brangus's hands, and when his gauntlet closed round the stem, the thorns drew no blood. A tremor swept the vault. Murals glowed, then steadied, their cracks knitting a little. Somewhere far below, the harp of bone gave a last faint sigh and fell silent. Poole let out the breath he had held. A king's repentance is a rarer song than victory, yet sweeter to the ear. Broby nodded, wiping rain rust from his beard. We have secured the memory of what was, but the steward's shadow still crawls in the ravine. He will not rest. Bibi fluttered higher, her light strengthening like dawn through thin curtains. The heart root is fallen, yet its seeds are scattered in deep earth. We must follow before they strike. Brangus rose, cradling the rose as one guards a flame in wind. Then the path is plain. At first light we descend into the chasm. If my castle's shadow lies there, I shall face it with bare hands if need be. Thorin laid a palm to the wall, feeling faint warmth beneath the stone. The gallery sings again, my lord. Let its music guide your heart when the dark closes. So they turned toward the stair, leaving the mirror cracked but shining, and the murals glowing like windows upon far summers. Above, night stretched clear and star-bright for the first time in many moons. Yet along the lip of the shimmering ravine, a chill wind stirred, and in its sighing swirled whispers of rose-scented dread, hinting that the steward's fall had been but the turning of a page, not the closing of the book. Thus Hope walked beside foreboding as heroes readied for the road beneath the world, where thorns still waited, and the last drop of ember brew would be measured against shadows older than any mortal crown. Act 8. Descent into the shimmering ravine. Morning crept pale across the Funklands, lighting Brangus Castle with a hush like first snow. Where the courtyard had reeled in battle, white-petaled roses now blushed anew, yet nearer the lip of the abyss steams still coiled. There the fellowship gathered, Lord Brangus mail-clad and steady, Lemmy-Pemmy Thunderbrew with barrel hoop bound at his belt, Broby Gearson gripping his ash-hafted axe, Thorin Oak Keg bearing runed staves, Captain TC Poole with loot slung behind a new string of silver, and Bibi the Sprite, her glow a candle sewn from sunrise. The shimmering ravine yawned before them, a scar of crystal strata that caught the dawn and scattered it in shards of blue and violet. Far below, faint sparks winked like cold embers, and when the wind turned upward, it carried a sighing music, the same half-heard chant that once haunted the keep. Brangus spoke, his voice low. We follow the steward's shadow. What waits beneath has drunk courage from this realm too long. They set anchor pikes into the living stone, paying out rope woven of dwarf hair and spider silk. One by one they crossed the brink and began the descent. Crystalline walls threw back their lantern light in 1,000 small moons. Between the gleams crawled roots no thicker than string, pulsing with a sluggish sap that glimmered green. Halfway down, a ledge jutted from the ravine wall, worked by ancient hands into the hint of a stair. Thorin brushed the carving, then nodded. Bean Warden shaped this long ago, though the mark is half consumed. A tremor answered his words. Thin roots along the stair thickened, knitted together, and from them sprouted figures of thorn and bark no higher than a man's knee. They scuttled forward, claws clicking. Broby leaped first, axe flashing. Wood limbs parted beneath his stroke, yet mended as quick as twine. Poole's lute rang. Each chord struck the little fiends with darts of bright sound, snapping knots and sending fragments skittering into the chasm. Bibi hovered over the fray, her light fierce searing sap to ash. At last, Thorin's twin staves crashed together, rune against rune, and a pulse of golden air burst outward, scouring the ledge clean. When the echo died, a hush fell. The roots upon the stair curled backward, withering as though cowed. They pressed on. Below the stair, the ravine widened into a cavern bright with pale fungus. Stalactites of quartz hung from the vault, dripping tears that chimed where they fell. In that vast hollow, the Fellowship saw the shape of the Heart Root's corpse, a husk of thorn toppled upon jagged stone. Among its splintered ribs lay dirty McCringle. The steward yet breathed. Sap glazed his limbs. Shards of stolen color flickered beneath his skin like dying stars. He stirred when they neared and lifted eyes clouded by pain and malice. "I fed the root," he whispered, voice rasping as dry leaves, "and it fed me. Break me if you will, the seed is sown deeper than you can grasp." Beyond him, at the cavern's heart, a crystal outcrop rose, veined with living fire. Within its core burned a stone of wrought crimson, no larger than a clenched fist. Yet each throb of its light sent rings of dimness rippling across the vault. Lemmy felt his breath hitch. Thorin muttered a brewing chant beneath his beard. Bibi's glow brightened. "The Heartstone," she said. "If its pulse ceases, the plague's murmur will fade. If it endures, rot will rise again." Brangus stepped forward, brandishing the white rose he carried from the mirror. Its petals gleamed against the gloom. As he advanced, roots recoiled, and the crimson light faltered. Yet the ground shuddered, and from fissures at the cavern's rim, new tendrils surged, thick and iron-hard. They coiled round broken columns, wrenching them free. The cavern roof groaned. Poole shouted, "The ravine will close upon us! Take the stone or be buried with it." Broby hacked at the rising roots, but more came, endless as bramble. Thorin drove a stave into the crystal outcrop, runes blazing, yet the Heartstone flared and the stave cracked. Lemmy sprang beside him, setting the silver hoop against the wound, singing old barrel blessings. The hoop shone with honey light, and the fissure widened, though sparks of red darted from the Heartstone like angry fireflies. Brangus reached for the gem. A lash of thorn whipped across his greave and dragged him to one knee. McCringle laughed, the sound hollow. "It binds itself to the sin it has tasted. You cannot pry it loose while your regret still bleeds." At that moment, the roof split. A slab of quartz crashed to the floor, sundered into razors. The Fellowship scattered. A chasm opened beneath Poole and Broby. Only swift rope saved their fall. Bibi darted upward, light flickering. Dust swirled, smothering lanterns. Out of darkness, Brangus's voice rose, strong. "Then let my sorrow be forged into will." He plunged the rose's stem into his own palm. Blood welled scarlet, and petals blazed pure white. He pressed hand and bloom against the Heartstone. Light and darkness clashed, roaring like wind in caverns. The gem quaked, and cracks feathered its surface. Yet before the stone could break, the ground heaved. A wave of roots tore the crystal mound apart, sweeping stone, steward, and lord alike toward a new abyss that yawned in the cavern floor. Lemmy leaped, catching Brangus's wrist, but the weight of dragging roots pulled the dwarf toward the brink. Thorin grappled Lemmy's shoulder. Poole, rope lashed to his belt, braced against a pillar. Still the pull grew. With a final wrench, the The Heartstone ripped free from its cradle, swallowed by shadow. Vrangus's gauntlet slipped, torn away by thorn. He fell, vanishing into the cleft, with McCringle's fading laughter echoing after. Silence struck like a hammer. Roots recoiled as if sated for the moment. Dust settled on empty stone. BB's glow, pale and thin, traced the fissure's rim, but no answer rose from the gulf. Poole knelt, head bowed. Broby drove his axe haft first into the ground, a silent oath. Lemmy rested a hand on Thorin's sleeve. Tears streaked the soot upon his beard. Far above, day's light glittered through the ravine mouth like the last coins of a squandered fortune. Yet amid the stillness, a pulse faint sounded from deep below. The Heartstone lived, dim but unbroken. With it beat one more heartbeat, stubborn as iron, echoing Lord Brangus's vow in unseen dark. "Down we follow," Lemmy said, voice steady despite the wet upon his cheeks. "While hope speaks, we do not turn back." They raised torches once more, and gathering rope and will, began to descend into the darkness where stone and thorn had swallowed King and Jim alike, and where the next chapter of their tale awaited, unwritten and perilous.
Yo. How crazy. What's even crazier, right, is that this was all live. I'm right here. Yo, check it out. In the game. I've just been reading, chilling, reading. Next level. Hope you enjoyed the story. How crazy. Yo, Dude's Lab was here for the whole time. Yo, I'm definitely gonna make all the stories from now on like that. They're gonna be on YouTube like that for the rewatches. Damn. That shit's crazy. Tales from the Funklands. You know? We're just a couple of noobs. Noobing it up.
My plums, beautiful bluish hue. The sun just dancing right off of them, just nice. Getting ready to take them to market.
Attention passengers aboard the TC Falcon. Join our Discord to help program me, Scarlet, and become a more integrated part of our next level streaming experience.
Sipping John Juan, love a Funkatron vibe and the neon dawn. Got a thunder brewing hand with a buck wild twist. In the TC Falcon's cantina can't resist. 'Cause she's free falling in John Quan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild, under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. He's a good man, sipping John Quan, down in the old holler, booty cobbler gone yon. If he winks twice, you'll know, through fire and snow, he'll climb to the top of that mountain, brother. 'Cause they're free falling in the John Quan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild, under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight.
Girl. Looks like we got some new daily Brel here. The Big Fish Lie Off. Reels and record laughs. Let's begin an early morning adventure. KBB 101. The Quiet Storm.
Greetings there, traveler. You can call me Pip, an old friend of Captain Poole. So you want to go on an adventure, do you? Well, before we go, let's hook you up with some elite loot. First, take these Dinkelheimer double jumpers. They'll allow you to jump twice.
Dinkelheimer double jumpies? Well, don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do. Don't mind if I do.
Next, let's get you a pack. The pack is made out of 100% Funkland yak hide. Very durable, very hardy.
Funkland yak hide. Only the best. Only the best of the best for my Falconeers. Look at this quality. Dude's lab, look at this. Look at this quality yak hide. Look, we even got some mushrooms. A little frying pan. It can be used both for cooking and self-defense. Knapsack potion.
Now go ahead and cram these beans into that pack. I've got you some buck beans, rot beans, and a few bright beans. These are not your average beans. Use with care. They are laden with ancient bean magic. They can be eaten, thrown, burned, or just smushed really hard.
Okay. Beans. Magical cocoa beans. No, they're not but cocoa beans. What do you think this is? Regular level?
Okay, so how are you going to get all the way up to the Drunken Dragon? Well, at the base of our hideout tree, there is a goob gob, boom, and zoom. But you need to have, let's just say fuel for the ride. You look hungry anyway, so you'll need to go out in the forest to forage some doinkleberries. These are known to get things moving, if you know what I mean. Meet me outside and I'll tell you what's next.
Okay. Tell us we're outside.
Doinkleberries are freshest at night, so make sure the sun has set before you drop down. Take the honey hammer, for it glows with buckwield energy and will change color when you are close to a doinkleberry. One last thing. Throw these 3 hammers into the forest. We need to keep the Kringle wolves away. I'm not sure why they are this far north from the realm of Lord Brangus. The hammers will blaze with buckwild energy once they reach the forest floor. Good luck on your journey, traveler, and may the zest of Zestoculus zest you.
Nice. Gonna add some, what am I saying here? Oh. I'm gonna add some voice lines to Dr. Meowki. Professor Meowki. Nice. Nice. Need to put the Battle of Buck Wild. Make sure the Battle of Buck Wildians here. I gotta get rid of this. Make it toggleable. These are just so unsightly. I don't like them.
Now go ahead and cram these beans into that pack. I've got you some buck beans, rot beans, and a few bright beans.
Oh, infinite loop.
These are not your average beans. Use with care. They are laden with ancient bean magic. They can be eaten, thrown, burned, or just smushed really hard.
Let's go down. Down into the forest below. Maybe we can get a cool shot. The light right here. Oh, this is pretty good. It's pretty crazy. Yo, watch this shit. There you go. Whoa. Shit. No. Do a wide ass shot. The fuck? It's pretty crazy. It's just so fun to just shoot the world. You know? Juno? The Huno Kuno?
On the night I was born.
silver mine. Arrows are made of desire. Far away to the silver mine. Floating liquid water. Think you were losing your mind. Hummingbird hums aloud. Think you were losing your mind. Taste the honey from a flower named Blue California. And New York drowns as we hold it.
That's about as good as I've ever played right there. For that genre of music. For me, in my life. That's about as good as I've played. For that genre. And I love that genre of music. You know? Music. What? I gotta pee. Leaving you in charge. Who's ever out there? Dudes Lab.
to go AFK. There's Lurkington Coat Factory for you and all your crew. If you're lurking in a stream, watch out for swine comb poo.
Lurkington Coat Factory, where you're going to like the way you lurk. I guarantee it.
Wait a second here. This ain't the right file. Oh yeah, this is that fucked up file. But JK, Browling, I got the right file right here. KPP 101, the right file. Look at this shit. Double click, triple click. I'm clicking it at an incredible rate. Harry. Just let me get control. Mind, body, and soul. Let me Benjamin Franklin. KPP 101. Benjamin Franklin. Okay, yeah. We gotta get right. Hold up. Are you ready to get right? Are you ready to get tight? Turn it up.
If you're not listening loud, you're not listening right.
That's right, baby. Tell them about it, baby. The flying fuck. About to put a gain on this mug. Turn that shit up. It's too low. Come on, baby.
Yeah, baby. I like that shit.
I shot the sheriff, but I swear it was in self-defense.
Yeah, it's fucking great. Cool. Alright. Cool. Hey. Cool. Hey. Cool. Cool. Okay, BB 101, the Quiet Storm. You know? KPP 101. The Quiet Storm. Okay. Now chill. We jammed out. We shredded. We forgetted. And... what a crazy, wacky, what a wacky, crazy world, crazy universe here that we are currently experiencing on planet Funkatron. Now, where's my damn... There it is. Okay. Back into the Great Yawn we go. On full display. The Attack TC card game. Based on our characters and our lore. And the things that we've created. In this unique experience. I've almost got them finalized to have them actually out for distribution. I ordered an alpha pack, then changed some stuff, then ordered a beta pack, tested some more stuff, and we got some cool stuff on the way. They're going to be jumbo cards, actually. Yo, don't we have any more epic music for the... Or just chill music. That's good too. It's like tavern music for this. So I want to show you some more of these cards. Check it out. The IRL part. Oh. Hold on, my camera. There we go. Check it out. Wooden case. And the cards. The logo of the TC Falcon that we've had for a few years now. Upgraded though. Sorry, I don't have the lighting set up for the cards. But you can see how big they are. A jumbo. A jumbini. Yo, let me get some manual focus on this ish. Hold on. Hold on. I gotta get that manual. Oh shit. I forgot how to torque it back here. The camera settings. Where is the focus? Hold on, let me get some manual focus. Sweet Lord. Here we go. Focus mode. Yes, manual focus, baby. Now this will be a little bit better. But this is not perfect, you know, you can see it's not cut off, or it's cut off a little bit. They're a little bit dim. But in here we've got some dice. Look at that. That's 90. That's 90 cards. We've got 230 something. Here's the map of Funkatron inside. Oh. What the fuck? Lots of hours and hard work going into this here. Oh. Wing. What are some more here we could look at? One second, let me do a little feng shui. A little light feng shui, hold on. Great. Yep. Now we have the Thunder Brew, Granny Owl Rider, Airborne Matriarch of Molten Meals. Leftover lob. When summoned, roll a d6. 1 to 2, it was cold stew. Nothing happens. 3 to 5, deal 3 damage to a ground unit. Roll a 6, deal 3 damage and burr. Something large turn. I can't even read it myself here. Wait, hold up. Let me get a little downward feng shui here. Excellent. But not so excellent. Give me a little diffused light. Sweet Lord of mercy. Oh my God, Jesus Christ. Latter-day Saints. Don't. Can't forget Bunghole Bay. Little jazzy. Yes, and soon you all will be able to order packs and start collecting. This is an actual playable game. It's pretty fun. It's crazy. It's crazy that we've come this far. That we've done all this shit. I know the cards are very dark. Again, this is just the beta testing, so they'll be much brighter. We run the tides. Another brine beard bruiser. Nice. Yo, you know we love Jean Quan. You know we're about that Jean Quan.
She's a good girl, sipping John Quan. Love a Funkatron vibe and the neon dawn. Got a thunder brewing hand with a buck wild twist. In the TC Falcon's cantina can't resist. Cause she's free falling into John Quan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight. In the cosmic haze, buck wild delight.
Colonel Angus.
He's a good man, sipping John Quan. Down in the old holler, booty cobbler gone yon. If he winks twice, you'll know. Through fire and snow, he'll climb to the top of that mountain, brother. Cause they're free falling into John Quan. In a galaxy of flavor, the night's gone. Sipping on the stars, buck wild under the moon so bright. In the cosmic haze, a buck wild delight.
This is one of my favorite
In the
cards.
cosmic haze, a buck wild delight.
Oh shit. It's not it. What the fuck happened to it? Jesus Christ. These cards are magic.
In the lands of Funkatron so great lies the liquid
A Brel Dad. Dad advice. All friendly Brel units gain 1 defense, but take -1 speed from listening to him.
want to taste. For those that drink get zested, then tested by the gods, who then look deep into your bone and call you by God. Oh, John Quan, oh, won't you come into our glasses?
It's crazy.
We long for your zest. We drink you up and we get zested. The dwarves of Funkatron love you the best.
Attention passengers aboard the TC Falcon. Join our Discord to help program me, Scarlet, and become a more integrated part of our next level streaming experience.
So many cards. Sweet Lord. Sweet Lord have mercy. Oh, camera froze. All right.
And we're back. KPP 101, The Quiet Storm, Funkatron's #1 radio station. That was McDougal Thurgood with Buckin' and Dookie. I am Chuck Buckley. It's 5 past the hour. Looks like we got some storms rolling in over the port city of Quan, coming down north from Bunghole Bay. If you're out there on the waves there, what can I say? You better get bug nasty. Up next, looks like we've got the Moopers with the Grundle Snatch. But first, a word from our sponsors, KPP 101, The Quiet Storm.
When you wake up in the morning, feeling kind of blue, need a little pick-me-up that will help you move. You've got to give you, it'll help you get it out. For control it being water, it even cures down.
That's right. That's that Funkatronian bean water, baby. Oh, so smooth. Oh my god, why so loud? Why? Oh my god. Hear the TC Falcone. Bamboni.
Lying in your arms where you know I really wanna be. But I got a job at the factory, girl. I've been working real hard lately, punching my card, baby, counting down the days till the end of the week. It's my day, I'm gonna get paid today. Gonna take my check to the bank and have the cash real fast. Baby, it's my day, 'cause I got plans for you. Gonna take you out on the town and have a blast. Saving all my kisses, all my cash and hugs for you. But it seems I got something, things to do. I've been working real hard lately, pushing my car, baby. Been counting down the dates till the end of the week. It's Friday day, I'm gonna get paid today. Gonna take my check to the bank and have the cash real fast. Baby, it's my day, 'cause I got plans for you. Gonna take you out on the town to have the last. Blow your mind, will blow your mind. The only shore, so I need someone at home to greet me. Blow your mind, will blow your mind. The only shore, so I need someone at home to greet me. Don't you know it's Friday, I'm gonna get. The only shore, so I need someone at home to greet me. Your mind, will blow your mind. The only shore, so I need someone at home to greet me. Your mind, will blow your mind. The only shore, so I need someone at home.
Wait a second here. What's going on?
I put my feet out on the floor. All the ladies seem to like it. The jukebox bumping Space Capone.
Oh God.
Everybody's in a trance, so I'm a picking my pins.
Don't worry about it.
She's got my feeling how I look, which is very, very sexy. I saw her eyeing down my booth. Next thing I know, she come up to give her my hand. I pick her like dance. I don't want to. I don't want to love you, baby. I just want to dance. I don't want to. I don't want to love you, baby. I just want to dance. I was feeling very now-a-do. I wasn't in the mood to find it. I needed a partner on the floor. I'm praying to God and hoping you understand. Come and shake my hand. She's got that feeling how I look, which is very, very sexy. I saw her eyeing down my booth. Next thing I know, she come up to gather my head. I break it like that. I don't want to. I don't want to love you, baby. I just want to dance. I don't want to. I don't want to love you, baby. I just want to dance. My big old bone. I knew, Lord, and knew I had to beat the bone. Oh, yes, I knew, sweet Lord, I had to beat that dirty old bone. I'm going 12 rounds in the morning, baby, another 12 rounds at night. I done beat my bone so often, Lordy, I know I ain't living right. Had to beat the bone, yeah. I laid down, mama, I've been working all day. I laid my head down, mama, beating my bone was the only way. I knew the sweet, sweet beating time had come once again. I took my bone out, looked him about and said, sorry, my old friend. I'm going 12 rounds in the morning, baby, another 12 rounds at night. I done beat my bone so often, Lordy, I know I ain't living right. Had to beat the bone, yeah.
What the fuck? We're frozen. Turtles in time. No. No.
Wake up, Mom, turn your lamp down low.
We're back somehow.
Wake up, Mama, turn your lamp down low.
I don't trust it.
You got no nerve, baby, to turn old Pappy from your door. Woke up this morning, baby, had them Statesboro blues. Said I woke up this morning, baby, had them Statesboro blues.
getting down. They're getting down over here.
Well, my mama died and left me. My daddy died and left me. I ain't good looking, baby, but I'm somewhat sweet and kind. I'm going to the country. Baby, do you wanna go? But if you can't make it, darling, your sister Lucille says she wanna go. Better than any woman I ever seen. Well, I love that woman better than any woman I seen. Now she treat me like a king and I treat her like a Delta queen. Wake up, mama, turn your lamp down low. Wake up, mama, turn your lamp down low. Got no nerve, baby, to turn old pappy from your door. Wake up, mama, turn your lamp down low.
Twerk must pop out, but nasty and make sure it's thrust. Twerk with baby, it's that you must trust.
One of my favorite places here. Now we're back. Now we're back, baby. But yeah, this is the Loratorium of the Falcone. Bamboni. Maybe we fly just a little fast. Maybe we fly just a little faster here. Oh, Teddy Von Crackles.
Raging that buck wild, the delicious night. Got a fire in my heart, it's quivering and bright. Throwing caution to the wind, not showing the stack. Gonna get buck wild, drizzle gravy on the track. Going buck wild, breaking all the rules. No time for worries, just freedom to choose. To ride a buck NATO, befriend a little cleat. Going buck wild is all that I think. Through the streets, knocks like a runaway runaway train. It's a Dookie State Street feeling the pain, the adrenaline rush, but while I push, remember my name, remember my name. But while breaking all the rules, no time for worries, just freedom to choose. To ride a bucknado, befriend a little clique, going buck wild is all that I think.
Through
the streets of Notch like a runaway train. It's a Dookie State Street feeling the pain, the adrenaline rush, but while I push, remember my name, remember my name. While breaking all the rules, no time for worries, just freedom to choose. To ride a bucknado, befriend a little clique, going buck wild is all that I think.
KPP 101. The Quiet Storm.
Chasing after booty, shaking off the groove. He's got a golden shovel digging up lead loot. The booty cobbler's cobbling, and he's cobbling right at you. Right at you. The booty cobbler searching for that booty. Got his groove on, dancing across the gates of Zooty. The booty cobbler, he's got the funk on his feet. Feels extra sweet, granny, and call you a little clean.
Oh no.
Let me tell you about a legend from the land of Funkatron. Booty Cobbler's his name. Booty, he's been feeding on. He's a funky old soul with his big old golden shoes. Feeding for that booty. Booty Cobbler searching for that booty. Got his groove on, dancing across the gates of Zooty. The booty cobbler, he's got the funk on his feet. He'll zest your sweet granny and call you a little clean.
What? Next level? Got the weather. Funkatronian weather. Can hardly talk. The Funkosphere.
Greetings, I am Funkbot 2000. I'll take you to Sector 7 of the ship. All aboard the Tramalama Ding Dong.
Tramalama Ding Dong? What the actual funk? You look a little mousy.
We have arrived at our destination. See you later. May the zest of Zestocquili zest you.
Thank you. Thank you for our safe travel. tcpoole.com. Ah, here we are. Yes. We're back here. We're back here at the Bay of Zest. We were in the halls of lore, right? And then we traveled all the way on the tram. Tramalama Ding Dong back here. Man, I've got to pee again already. Yeah. Drinking too much water, too much fluids. Alright, hold up. I'll be RB.
I've been hankering for that booty, baby. Make me go buck wild. I've been fiending for that body, mama, needing that good old poontang pie. When I saw you, lordy mama, I fell down dead. Those sweet cheeks, honey, ain't nothing funny. Step back, I'm about to shred. Shredding for that booty, mama. Shredding all night and day. I've been shredding, slapping and stacking, baby, I didn't have the money to pay. I'll shred for you, I'll shred cause I ain't no punk. They call me Shreddy Potter and this is the goblet of funk. When I climbed to the top of that mountain, honey, I could see the knotted tree. To take sweet cheeks, good lordy, baby, about to beat 'em into next week. It was an Alabama beatdown, a cheek clapping quest. I was on my own, so I had to pwn those big old honking breasts. Shreddy boy, shredding for that booty, mama. Shredding all night and day. I've been shredding, slapping and stacking, baby, I didn't have the money to pay. I'll shred for you, I'll shred cause I ain't no punk. They call me Shreddy Potter and this is the goblet of funk. And stacking, baby, I didn't have the money to pay. I'll shred for you, I'll shred cause I ain't no punk. They call me Shreddy Potter and this is the goblet of funk. 20-inch tube stuck up my manpipe. It was for stones in my kidneys that had many tiny spikes. They poked and they prodded. The doctors at work said, son, don't go home and twerk. I had a kidney rock stuck in my old groove, a kidney rock to stop my whole groove. They had to laser out beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now my flow is strong and true. Let me tell you, Daddy, that stone was a mean fuck. When I came to, best believe I threw up, they put me under. My goob was sundered, now I rest and recoup the kidney rock groove. The globe, they call me Teddy Groovsky and my groove is stone cold. All you big cheek women better listen up, cause ooh, my name is Teddy and we're about to get bucked. Oh my God, oh sweet Lord, zest me now. Oh Lord Jeebus, get buck wild. Ooh, Jeebus, get buck wild. Ooh, oh my God, oh sweet Lord, zest me now. Oh Lord Jeebus, get buck wild. Ooh, I had a kidney rock stuck in my old goob, a kidney rock to stop my whole groove. They had to laser out beyond the shadow of a doubt. Now my flow is strong and true.
Better find that schmeat. Find that schmeat. Yeah, you better. You better locate that schmeat. Where's that schmeat? Sweet, sweet schmeat.
Find it for me again.
Good trusty schmeat. It makes a groan. Dwarf.
It's a good trusty schmeat.
If you look in the forest,
You find what you need.
Me Mugen Schmeat College. It's a guarantee.
You better find that schmeat.
Find that schmeat. Yeah, you
better.
You better locate that schmeat.
You better locate that schmeat.
Where's that schmeat? Sweet, sweet schmeat. Find it for me. Good trusty schmeat. It makes a groan. Dwarfy. If you look in the forest, you'll find what you need. Me Mugen Schmeat College. It's a guarantee.
Wait, what about the schmeat?
In the lands of Falcon so great, lies a liquid crave. Dwarves and wizards and even Captain Poole want to taste. For those that drink it, zested, then tested by the gods who then look deep into your bone and call you by God. Oh, John Quan, oh, won't you come into our glasses? We long for your zest. We drink you up and we get zested. The dwarves of Funklands love you the best.
KPB 101, The Quiet Storm.
Well, it's the Daily Braille, the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page, delivered right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Well, it's the Daily Braille, the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page, delivered right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more. I'll let us show you some more. I'll let us show you some more.
That once was is lost, for none now live who remember it. It began with ye old funk. Before all things, the funk grooved an eternal, funky, cool modality. And from this melody came forth the Thalia, and ye old funk was pleased. The Thalia grooved in harmony and came to a great crescendo from whence came the planets, stars, and plant life. Ye Old Funk then went into a buck-wild solo, bringing forth life to the universe. But one Thalia wanted a solo of his own and went out beyond the great Yon and deviated from the groove. This Thalia, named Mediocrities, grooved off beat and out of tune, never harmonizing with the other Thalia or ye old funk. Hence he was outcast and became jealous of the others. Mediocrities brought forth into existence cosmic dissonance and all of the evils that followed. Greed, sloth, jealousy, all seeped into various crevasses of reality. The ones who brought evil and famine followed and worshipped Mediocrities, and it was still his plan to corrupt all of those that would take his words as truth. A chief follower of Mediocrities was Bef Jezos, a powerful, ruthless old fuck who lusted for power. He brought forth darkness and sorrow anywhere he sauntered. One by one, the free planets of the cosmos fell to Mediocrities and his horde, but there were some who resisted. A last alliance of heroes from different nations, planets, and galaxies ran buck-wild on Bezos, and on the heavenly plains they fought for the freedom of the universe. With the help of the Thalia, Mediocrities and his armies were driven back.
Andrew, sorry I keep missing your message.
Taken away beyond the great Yon.
Every time I click off YouTube, I miss a message. Yo, what's happening? Yeah. I've been streaming all night, like the old days.
The Thalia then crafted items of great power,
so much new,
to give to those houses who stood strong amidst the.
I don't know if you saw earlier, but I have
these
a
relics,
book.
as they were later known, not only gave great.
A book. That like a graphic novel type sort thing, but not so graphic. It's sort of like dark fantasy, but still same world, Funkatron, and yeah, it's gonna be awesome. And we got that book. in the virtual world here. It's not just, yeah, I ordered a physical copy. It's gonna be, it's got 2 parts, book 1 and book 2. But yeah, that's gonna be, that's gonna be awesome. I can't wait to get it in the mail. And I've still been working on the cards, trying to get those finalized. The bright patterns, at least. And
here we find our heroes.
Yeah,
A great council is happening.
lots of stuff going down.
Like the days of yore, neighboring planets and star systems have sent their greatest heroes to Funkatron in hopes to form an alliance. A fellowship. A funk.
And now we're kind of going around, just filming some stuff. Hey. Yeah, and I've been talking to some other Falconeers out there, the viewers, the audience, and a few of them that have come by are into D&D. And really like what I'm doing. And I've never played Dungeons and Dragons before, but as you can see, I'm a like mind, I guess we could say. So one person is even making like some custom campaigns and stuff. So I'm gonna make a book that is a lore like compendium, like a Encyclopedia Britannica. That's gonna be crazy. Here, we'll go take a look at the book real quick, because I've already got it in VR. I've got it in the world here. It's just in a different part of Funkatron that we need to travel to.
Well, it's the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page, delivered right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da. Well, it's the Daily Braille, the newspaper that knows you all too well. Page after page, delivered right to your door. It's the Daily Braille, now let us show you some more.
That's not the Daily Braille, or that's not the book, but they will be. Those will be the books as well. God damn. How loud is this over here? Alright. So what we were doing earlier, let me read what we were saying. Andrew says, maybe you can find someone to make models of your characters and you can offer STL files for 3D printing. Andrew, you're already 8 steps ahead. That's why you're already a Falconeer. You keep thinking like that, we're gonna promote you to Sergeant. So yes, some ideas that I have are an actual tabletop game with figures, and I also am going to come out with a chess board and a chess set. That's all TC Falcon stuff and all the characters. We can have, like, you know, Mediocrities and Beth Jesus as one side, and like, you know, maybe the Brangus Legion or something, or I don't know. It's gonna be awesome. But yeah, as I'm building out this virtual space, I'm getting, like you're saying, I'm getting all these you know, these 3D models. And yep, I've been thinking about, you know, reaching out to somebody with a 3D printer, or just, you know, ordering them, or maybe just getting a 3D printer myself. So, if you, here's the book as it sits, and this is the actual cover of this book, and what it will look like IRL. Well, save for that little cutoff at the bottom there. But you can listen to this book already on YouTube.
Tales from the Funklands, Act 1, The Crumbling Keep.
Right here that we're listening to. But before we get that going in the background, let's check this out real quick. Because... oh shit. Oh fuck. Uh-oh. What? Oh, just triggered the quest. Anyway, look at this here. Let me get my camera right. This is just how to use the book. This is not going to be in that's not going to be in the what am I saying? This book isn't going to be IRL, of course. This is just for the VR space, or the virtual space. I say VR, you don't need a VR headset to visit. You can play, anybody can join me, free on PC as well. I'm on obviously I'm on PC right now. Yeah, so check this shit out. Here is our my first attempt at a story, and yeah, involving the characters. Here, it looks cooler. We were looking at it earlier out here. Let me do some feng shui real quick. This part of the story takes place way down here on Brangus Castle, in the southern realms, or the southern tip of the Funklands, the kingdoms of the Funklands. And this is where Lord Brangus rules, and the Brangus Legion. And buck fever's running wild right now, brother. It's not good. Check this out. This is crazy. I found a new way to do the YouTube videos like this too. They're gonna be, so we can start, you know, like, having them done in this certain way, filming them like this. Son of a bitch. I keep fucking up. Okay, check it out, check it out, check it out. Yo, check it out, check it out. Yeah, so this is how we're gonna, I'm gonna set up a camera path and everything. And, let me turn this over here real quick. And so this is sort of what it'll sound like.
Far in the southern reaches of the Funklands, There rises a lonely fastness of stone and sorrow, its towers clawing at the sky like the fingers of a sleeper caught in nightmare. Men call it Brangus Castle after the lord who keeps watch within, yet older names whisper still along the wind that skirts its ramparts. On certain nights, when the moon Vreza looms crimson over the plains, the walls seem to bleed, and travelers hasten past with bowed heads, eager to leave both keep and memory behind. Upon one such night, a hush deeper than sleep wrapped every court and corridor. Torches guttered in their brackets, and each flame shivered as though fearing its own light.
Yo, crazy. That's freaking crazy. I love it. So fun. Yeah, lots of ideas we have, Andrew, for cooking this stuff up. Oh man. Things are really starting to roll now. Check it out, you can see the drunken dragon from down here. It'll have a map of the world in here as well, in all the books, right? Yeah, IRL figurine. I've done, I have a whole mock-up of what the figures would look like too. Even some of the ones that I don't even have the 3D models of yet. Tales from the Funklands. So crazy. What a unique little place on the internet we have here, yeah. Oh, you found it on... Yeah, okay, right on. Yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yo, take care, Andrew. Until next time.
Greetings there, traveler. You can call me Pip, an old friend of Captain Poole. So you want to go on an adventure, do you? Well, before we go, let's hook you up with some leet loot. First, take these Dinkelheimer double jumpers. They'll allow you to jump twice. Next, let's get you a pack. The pack is made out of 100% Funkland yak hide. Very durable, very hardy.
Funkland yak hide. Okay. Alright. Enough of this. Enough of this tomfoolery. Enough. Oh yeah. That's when I got the beta deck right there, yeah. Such a crazy stream. Stream inception. Virtual me looking at real me. What am I doing? Nice. The drunken dragon in the morning. What the hell? So crazy. Very calm. Crow. Little crow. Whoa. Okay, hold up. We gotta get a good... We gotta get some camera feng shui going here. It's pretty good, no? Dang. It's pretty scenic. Yo, this is pretty crazy. Broom riding through my own world. Damn. A lot of hard work. We'll fly back. Yo, 8 Mins from Seoul, what's happening? Yeah, welcome in. This is my virtual space part of my universe. I don't know if you just got here, or if you've been here before. Forgive me. You've stepped into quite an interesting an interesting place. But before I say more, let me know if you've been here before, so I don't go over explaining things as I usually do. Drunken Dragon. I gotta add like a little window light. You know, that'll look good. That'll look good. That'll look good. You're new. Oh, right on. Okay, so... Oh man. Where do we begin? This is a shareable space in VR or free on PC. Like an entire world that I'm building and I have built and continue to build. Lots of lore here. Lots of characters, NPCs. It's like a D&D campaign mixed with Monty Python, mixed with Spaceballs, mixed with Lord of the Rings and Star Wars. All these locations you can, or excuse me, a lot of these locations you can visit in this virtual space. This is just one of them. There's newspapers with the happenings of the world and the planet. There's wizards, goblins, mages, chicken wizards, bean wardens, bean magic. There's quests to go on. I don't really know what I'm doing. I don't really have any video game developing experience, but here we are. And as you might see on my YouTube channel, there's some animated and narration there of different stories and backstories as we build out the world. I built a card game based off these characters and these stories and designs. All homebrewed, all just kind of for fun, for the lulz, as they used to say. I've got a book coming out too. How crazy is that? What the hell am I even doing? The book's not only... I've ordered the first test copy IRL, but it's also in the game. You can sit and read the whole thing. It's crazy. Booty quake. That's right. A booty quake. A booty quake is when... Let me show you. There's just too many, when we get jamming, because I do live music as well, you know. I'm a bit of a bard. We cause so much groove, so much funk, that entire planets will end up twerking in unison. And we all know what happens when there's too much twerking and vibration in one spot. Look up the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. This can move mountains. Okay. Look at this. Twerkers blamed for cataclysmic booty quake mountains of Yawn, Shift, Bunghole Bay flooded. It's incredible. It's a disaster. There's even bucknadoes that can be spawned by too much twerk wind. This is all I'm saying. Okay. How crazy is this? Yeah, I know it's a lot to take in. It's crazy. What the hell is even going on here? But I have a website, tcpoole.com, where you can check out the creations as I grow the world and keep creating maps, stories, art, videos, animated shorts, and now books and cards. I'm a busy boy. I don't really sell anything. I mean, I have like a merch shop, but who gives a fuck about that, you know? But soon, maybe the book and cards. Let's check out the trailer to give you an idea of what's maybe happening here. A little bit more.
A shadow grows in the universe. The evil Beth Jesus has almost collected enough galactic relics to have full eternal life. One small inconspicuous planet now guards the last relic. Funkatron. A great gathering is happening on Funkatron. Many neighboring star systems have sent their strongest and smartest heroes in hopes of forming alliances. And this is where we find ourselves and our hero, Captain TC Poole, helping form the Fellowship of Funk. Welcome to planet Funkatron.
Yeah.
I feel it in the water. I feel it in my cheeks. I smell it in the air. Much that once was.
Oh yeah, frog ride. Yeah, that's central to Planet Funkatron. Toad racing.
It began with ye old funk. Before all things, the funk grooved an eternal, funky, cool modality.
Wait, hold up. We're not supposed to be. We're not supposed to be watching that quite yet. Not quite yet. Because we're here. We made it to the top. The Drunken Dragon. Came all the way up top yonder. Oh! We found ourselves here. I kind of skipped us, I skipped the quest. It's a quite lengthy trek. Up here you gotta go through a couple of things, but yeah. Here is the Drunken Dragon. Another location here. Hello, ladies. Oh, hello. I happen to be the captain. So in the Drunken Dragon here, there's more fun stuff. There's potions to drink that have fun, crazy effects. Oh. Drink the mushroom potion. Go on a little trip. Can't take that shit right now. Gotta nullify the magic. More NPCs to talk with. To, you know, so just kind of got a little homebrew thing going over here. Just a little bit of a homebrew here. Hey, there I am. Funkatron needs you. Oh shit. Oh god. Gonna get crushed. Oh. Ah, yes. This is one of my favorite places. The Guild Hall. The little mink dink. What are you doing down there, buddy? Why are you like that, buddy? Map over there. This is cool. It's got just some more lore, some more backstory, some more. Oh, and it's got the cards. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Yes. I've created over 230 cards for the a homebrewed card game based on the lore and the stories and the characters from the game and the universe. It's called Attack TC. It's got our TC Falcon logo on it. Yeah, it's just crazy. I don't even know how to explain it. I'm much better a creator than I am at marketing. Some buck bottom long leaf. Ooh, the Bringus Legion. Jean Quan. Shit. Colonel Angus. Keg of Thunder Brew. Nerdy Malerdy. When played, you gain 2 life. Annoy opponent. Whenever you cast a spell, that player discards a card. Well, actually... In quotes. so silly. What the hell? The land artifacts, the Klydoshi Desert, right? You got the Klydoshi Desert card. And for reference, there's a Klydoshi Desert on the map. Each region and kingdom and peoples of Funkatron have their own card sets, like their own card families. It's pretty ridiculous. I don't quite know what to say. Oh, too fast. Thunder Brew. But yeah, nice to meet you there, 8 Mins from Seoul. Thanks for coming by this wacky world. Funkatron is diverse, yes. We have travelers from all around on Funkatron. Of why we are even here in the first place. I'm starting up creating a kind of like a lore compendium, like a Funkatronian compendium, because some of the audience, like I was saying earlier, was making some D&D campaigns out of this stuff, so that's pretty cool. Gotta give him some more. Some more! And look at this. Where else will you get a cockfighting mink dink? Trick question. Nowhere. No. And thank you for the lurkers out there. If you're lurking, remember that you're lurking in Lurkington Coat Factory, where you're gonna like the way you lurk. I guarantee it.
Lurkington Coat Factory, where you lurk with sweet, sweet cream, where you're gonna like the way you lurk. If you need to take a dookie, if you need to step away or for whatever bullshit reason, you need to go AFK. There's Lurkington Coat Factory for you and all your crew. If you're lurking in a stream, watch out for swine comb.
Lurkington Coat Factory, where you're gonna like the way you lurk. I guarantee it.
Lurkington Coat Factory. But yeah, well, crazy indeed, crazy. Crazy indeed. I bet all this stuff is just a drop of creativity and drive. A mink dink. Yes, you're correct. You're correct. It is sure is fun to create and to learn different mediums through which to create. Whether it's After Effects, Premiere Pro, Photoshop, Pixlr, Lightshop, Workshop, Beanshop, Buckshop, AI, whatever it is. Music, what am I missing? Story, prose, poems, music, song, characters, voices. It's pretty crazy. The book, Tales from the Funklands. But like any good stream, it must come to an end. Yo, thanks for hanging out with me, peoples, my Falconeers, the new people. Check out the Discord, tcpoole.com, all that good shit. I might be back later, who knows? Maybe I'll crack open a big old thing of Buck Lightning and get buck wild. Let's go. Card game. Got it. Books. Got it. Lore. Got it. Video game. Got it. Let's go, baby. Alright. Take care, brush your hair, nighty night. Keep your bung holes tight.
Buy it, use it, break it, fix it, trash it, change it, mail, upgrade it, charge it, point it, zoom it, press it, snap it, work it, quick erase it, write it, cut it, paste it, save it, load it, check it, quick rewrite it, plug it, play it, burn it, rip it, drag it, drop it, zip, unzip it, lock it,